Ay, ay, ay. Man. I know, man. I've been waiting to talk about this one for a long time, man. I was thinking about this, doing it sooner, but then I thought about doing Arc Knights, but then yeah, that did not go as I thought it would. So I'll just do this first, and then in the week I'll do Arc Knights again. I have been just logging in though, collecting the check-in stuff, but nothing else. But yeah, it's just we'll do this and then start getting into everything. Because I've, I've seen so much stuff, man, and I don't know, man. I just don't. I don't know. I just don't believe it. I don't. I don't believe it, man. I think we're missing what like other theory people are kind of missing some stuff that's like right in front of us, and they're like not realizing it. And I'm also surprised nobody has still talked about the new artifact sets. Like made like a full in-depth video about the stories of both of them. Kind of surprised by that because Kanabina's set mentions from the moon's like perspective of certain things happening. Like when the Heavenly Principles became and well when they came to Tibet and then started establishing everything, then worked with the moons, created the moon wheels with them, um, and some other stuff. Also talks about Nubelong, and Nubelong being born from a very interesting place, because that kind of changes some stuff. But but yeah, we'll just do all this little stuff first, and then we could get into all that. Usually I'll just do the resin thing, and then I could just claim the commissions, but I rarely be doing daily commissions in the first place. So all these talking ones, like the one that I'm doing right now, I don't know if it has secret achievements. Because I know in Mondstadt, um, and what's that girl's name? It's one of the sisters, and then Rudolph is inside, and he asks about a gift. And if you choose the one with Vera, then you go outside here, talk to her, get the gift, give it to Rudolph. Rudolph gives it to the girl. Then you meet Rudolph sometime later. And then he tells you that she really didn't say anything about the gift, but she just like kind of like wandered off. So he was wondering what's inside. Then you talk to Vera, and then she says something, like the past is catching up with her or something. And then, dude, it's like a whole entire thing. Because then it starts like here. Then she says she'll tell you the location of where she thinks she's going to, and it's like somewhere over here. And then you find out she was like an old treasure hoarder, and in her group they were like trying to like blackmail her and stuff. Yeah, it was like a whole big thing. But at the end of that, um, it gave me a secret achievement. So because of that, now all the ones that's with talking, I'd be doing those. Sometimes I still forget. Like the other day, there was one in Fontaine, but that one I remember doing because that was the one about the painter, and he wanted like some shells inside the sea, and that one was like a long story also. But that's like over like a couple of days of doing the daily missions with him involved, and then it gives you the secret achievement. But all the ones that I don't remember, I'm just doing it. Although it would probably just be easier just to look it up and then go in the achievements and like type it in and then see if I have it. But now that I say that, I probably will be doing that in the future. The next time I play Genshin. Oh, it'll probably be tomorrow. Cause I gotta, cause I already completed this week. Oh God, yeah, that's what I've been dealing with. I'll stop coughing now. Anyways, yeah, I gotta start doing this tomorrow when server resets, so I could hurry up and just finish that thing already. But I did play Genshin. When Friday, yeah, Friday. Basically went like throughout the whole night into Saturday morning because I was doing all of the not cry stuff. Well, in the new place. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about that also because I was wrong about Rita Miller, but it's possible that I'm still right, which I will explain what I mean. But I want to go to Not Cry to actually I also want to go to Not Cry because after you finish the Reed Miller quests, when you go and get the treasure and his identity and its multiple identities, which that was very shocking. And the people who was the identities was also pretty shocking. I didn't see that coming at all. Now it explains some stuff about him being this shapeshifter type thing. But it turned out he never was a shapeshifter. It just ended up being that there was multiple Reed Millers. So Reed Miller ended up just being like a title, which is crazy. But there is uh obviously there has to be one person who started it off. And we know who it is. We know the first three people in order of who Reed Miller is. But even in saying that, well, like I said, we'll get to that. But yeah, it's just because of this character called Wagtail. but we could get it. Like I said, we get into that later. But yeah, that was a really good quest. And you know what's funny? That I did all the major quests thinking that it was gonna give me the Reed Miller things, and it ended up being like the smallest quest. Cause to start it off, you had to go to that like abandoned place, which that place was insane. Yeah, that was crazy, and it made me think of some stuff. Like, I wonder if the Vitui is actually much older than we think. But yeah, there was that. Oh yeah, then after you beat that, then it gives you one of the Reed Miller things, and then when you get that, you're able to do the last one, and then that's when you meet that bard dude, and then that bard tells you some stuff. Then you go meet his grandmother, which I didn't think him and the old lady was connected, but surely there was. And then from there, it was just like puzzles and stuff. But after all that, when you let's just do. Actually, hold on. No, let's do this one. Oh my god, dude. I'm like dying over here. Oh, hold on. Before, I should have it unlocked. But just in case. Because I also did oh yeah, we're gonna be talking about this also. Because like when I was doing other stuff and Not Cry, I came across this wolf thing. There's something that I don't know how to interact with. So I don't know if it's because I have to fight the secret boss, which I don't think that's what it is. Because I looked it up and I was seeing people saying they don't know how to interact with it either. So I doubt it's because of fighting the secret boss. But it might have to do with Barca. So, but yeah, this talks about a warrior with wolves going up north, and then other wolves fleeing from Shesnaya, meeting an outcry, and then that's how Boreas meets or Boreas. Dude, I'm so horrible with names. That's when Boreas meets the angel, which, bro, I don't like. I still believe it's Nicole, but I don't know. I feel like they're just throwing like a curveball at us just to make us think that. But oh yeah, okay. I got the full set. I should have because that's what I was mentioning before I got sidetracked about the wolves. Um, I did all the three seals already, so I got the artifacts and the feathers. Okay, I just wanted to check just in case because I didn't know if this game was gonna be slick and you know try to make it be locked. And in order for you to unlock it, it had to be by doing the domain. Which, thank God, that's not the case. Even if it was, I would have did co-op.
Lush as the moonlight.
Be not perturbed, unscathed.
Farewell.
Forest, protect us.
I didn't even need to do this, but I'm just still doing it just for the hell of it. Well, actually, I could do this to cover the rest of the commission gap. Oh God. Yeah, this is probably gonna be a whole
Branches a song.
a whole night kind of thing.
Not too far now.
Lush as the moonlight.
It's my lucky day.
Shower me with praise. Receive my blessing.
Bow your head.
To the very bar. To the very.
Oh, that's it? Oh, I'm dumb. I thought it was 6 enemies that I had to fight because I was looking at the corner. Now realizing that is different because I'm doing this. Unbelievable.
You poor last lamb.
Alrighty. Let's actually know what we could do. We could let's go to not cry. Because I want to see if this guy is over here. And yes he is. I don't understand why he's not. Excuse me. My God, dude. My body today is just like self-destructing. Jesus Christ, man. Um, anyways. Yeah, because he was. Once you finish the whole Reed Miller thing, then you come over here and he's standing like somewhere over here. And then you talk to him, and then that's when he talks about stuff about Reed Miller. About the truth of Reed Miller. And some stuff still unexplained. But he just leaves it up as to like he doesn't know what it is. Which is interesting because it makes me think of the first one's intentions. Because I wonder if he got corrupted, and I'll explain why. Because it had to do with this. Actually, this, but not that. This, and this all connects to each other. This is literally just its own thing. But But yeah, let me see if um oh, so okay, he's just telling stories. Oh, now that I see that, I was well, okay, see, that's also another thing that really wasn't, or left un unexplained. So I don't know if it was originally Turnabog, but then like since the Abyss came back because of those experiments, and then Rotwang basically become like the new quote unquote Chernobog, or is the two completely separated? That wasn't explained. But it could be just two separate things. It could be like connected of like where it says right there, even though that's from like a different time. That was when the Belazar. So that was like a little before when Rodway became the whole eye thing, and then started doing all the other stuff. But but yeah, so it could be connected as like a quote unquote like child, because now he merged with the Abyss. So basically became kind of like the Wild Hunt, or if it's something like uh like Sarah from Zenless Zone. But that's another thing. We don't really know 100% about that either. But I'm assuming with Sarah, since she merged with the creator, now it's kind of like a whole consciousness thing. So now the creator is Sarah, and the creator's like other people also, because everyone merges with the creator. So they basically all kind of become the creator. But I don't know. I'm not entirely sure about that. That's just some theories I've been thinking. But anyways, that's not the point. I don't know if it's like that with this, or Chernobog and the thing we see with uh Rotwang. I don't even know that's how you even say his name. But anyways, um yeah, I don't know if those are just two separate things. Okay, he just says random stuff. Damn, that sucks. Hold on, what is that? Oh, I didn't even claim. I forgot.
This land holds nothing but
Ad Astra
Oh,
Abyssosk.
speaking of claim,
Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
hold on. I forgot to do Hoya Lab. Dude, my brain. Bro, today I just like, I don't know, bro. I hope I'm not getting full sick, sick, sick. I don't even know why I said that like 3 times. But right now, I just feel like this is really my throat. Which this sounds kind of crazy. But yeah, just like coughing.
Thank you for complete.
But no like fever or a whole bunch of mucus or whatever. I do sniff, but honestly, because it's just hot. Which I'm kind of tempted to open the window, but this whole room is probably gonna freeze. So I don't know. Are these guys always here? I don't even remember these guys being always here.
So much destruction.
Okay, why? Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Alrighty. I doubt he's gonna be over here, but just... Yeah. Damn, that sucks. It even sucks more. Like if anybody finishes the quest and then doesn't even talk to him while he's standing here, and then leaves, and then goes back later, and then he just not here. He goes back to telling those stories. In the main part and not cry. Damn. But anyways. Oh, hold on. I just remembered. Where did it start? Yeah, I'm surprised this is not... Well, this might be something with when, Damn, how do you pronounce that guy's name properly? Because I call him Iluga, but that's not how you properly say it. But anyways, when Iluga is playable, I wonder if this is gonna end up being something. Because when you interact with this board, it's in one of the messages. I went through a whole bunch of them, and I still wasn't even done. But one of these messages mentioned someone from Sumeru, or them pretending to be from Sumeru, being like suspicious, and it ends up being this girl. Because she's trying to go over here for whatever reason, I forgot. But then she ends up all the way over here. But yeah, there's some like traveling merchant. I forgot where I first saw him at. It was somewhere. I don't know if it was like around here or like down here. But I know when you talk with him, he mentions like stuff about Shesnaya. Not big stuff, but some stuff about Shesnaya. And then saying that he's selling stuff that he could go back with like money and like resources. So you meet him again either here or somewhere here. I don't remember. And then the second time, it's like along these lines. It's right here exactly. Because it's like some kind of like a... Damn, what's those things called? I'm stuck on stupid. I keep thinking of a train, but obviously it's not a train. I'll show you. I'll end up going here so I can show you exactly where he was. But then you meet him a third time, and that third time I don't know where he is. So he might be over here. I'll check later. Because I'm gonna end up probably going over here anyway.
Don't come see.
Um. Okay, let me go right here real quick. Yeah, that little floating thing. Yeah, but he's right here. But I already talked to him, so he disappeared. But in order for you to like activate this, I don't even know if it's a secret. Most likely it's like a secret quest or like a secret achievement. Because there should be no reason that you buy all his inventory and then he leaves, and then you find him just here mysteriously by himself, and then you talk to him again and then buy all his inventory and then he leaves again. Because I was exploring like everything. Because even oh no, what is this? Oh yeah, I remember that. Okay, at least I didn't go all the way down. Okay, because then there's also something here with a light keeper, and you have to put all these things like in a pathway so you could get the animal that's on the other side. And then down here, well, I already got it, but there's like one of those what's those creatures? A weasel. That you gotta get it and then follow it. And then once you follow it, it comes down here and then a chest appears. So yeah, like I said, I did a whole bunch of stuff, bro. Like look, basically everything, or everything is. Oh no, not yet. Everything is almost 100. Nah, I wonder how much stuff I'm missing over here. Because I did the main mission stuff. Oh, probably the stuff with Aluga, maybe. Well, no, because yeah, this is 100%, and there's Flint stuff that I didn't get yet because I don't have them with the lanterns. So yeah, why is this? Because that's a shrine. This is a secret boss. But that secret boss, there's also this one. But this area is 100%, so it's not because of that. And I don't think unlocking this is gonna shoot up 6 points for 100. So what the hell am I missing over here? What else am I missing? Anyways. Alright, let me see if this guy is over here. It probably would be the last spot. So he should be here somewhere. Yeah, dude, this mission was so good, man. Because then this also connects to this one over here. Like I said, all this stuff connects. It's crazy. Oh, also, there's another secret achievement, which I will get to that. It's like near the eye place. Dude, where is this guy? He's not over here? Where else would he be? Huh. Hmm. Well, I don't know. Maybe at the Favonius Keep? Oh, I should check that. I should check that anyway because I want to show you exactly what I'm talking about that wolf. Yeah, so the other day when I was before I started doing this, I saw this secret achievement that a lot of people don't know, and also a lot of people, I think they can't do it no more because they already beat the quest. Because you see the purple line above the health? Once that goes all the way, your health starts going down, and then your character dies. And it's a secret achievement. But I saw some people saying that they don't think they could get it because the eye is already defeated. But I think you still can because the purple line is still there. So I think as long as you just get corrupted in this area and die, then I think you can still get the achievement. Unfortunately, I did not test that because I did it before, which was stupid. I destroyed the eye. Well, before I destroyed the eye, I did the purple line and the character died. I used Yehoda because she was a level 1, so it was much faster. But yeah, I think you could still do it, just because the simple fact that there is a line, and I think that's probably why, because I don't think they've ever done anything like that before. Well, I'm not sure. For me personally, I never seen them do anything like that, or I have encountered anything like that. And when I say that, I mean like stuff like like this. Like if the eye had to be there and then you had to die, but if you already beat the eye and you die and you can't get the achievement, I don't think they've done anything like that before. Because I think the whole point of them making the achievements is for you to get them at any time. Especially like if you're a newer player, or like in my case, I'm not new. I've been here for like a couple years already, but I'm not a day one player. So when I first started, I had to catch up like on other achievements. So I think with me saying that, I don't think Genshin will do that. So if anyone still has to get that secret achievement of dying in this area, and you already defeated the eye, I'm I'm like 90% sure you can still get the achievement. Like I said earlier, it's just the simple fact that you have to die in this area. And it has to be by the purple like line going all the way, and your health starts going down. Oh my god, dude. I think that's pretty much it. Cause I'm trying to think of like any little random stuff before I start getting into all this. Actually, you know what? Let me check this out. Let me see if this guy is over here. Ah, Barca. Is this a secret achievement also? I already did this like 4 times. Like 3, 4 times. Or maybe this is here just to do it. Because you're supposed to find the one who's drunk. And depending on your answer, that person runs. Or if you get the answer, I guess you could say wrong, then Varka makes all of them run. So they run like back and forth. Dude, I have no idea where the hell this guy is. Yeah, I have no clue. Okay, let's... Oh, now that I'm over here, let me show this wolf thing, because it's right up there. Oh my god, dude. God damn. This right here. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure you have to do the other ones. But down there, which I'll go to it after. But down there's like some thing with like about the knight who came over here with the wolves, and then you follow like those kuhenki things, and then it leads you like on a massive trail all the way to up here, and then you interact with it. And this is the thing you get. So you see how I say it's a various presence? So I don't know. I've tried, well, mostly everything. Fighting a wolf, but that wouldn't make any sense, but I still did it anyway. Even using Razor, because Razor is like the closest playable character to this, or Barais' presence, it didn't work. And then like I said, I don't think it's fighting this. I don't think it's fighting this. Because that don't even look like anything. I mean, it looks like the actual wolf. Like the actual, flesh of the wolf. That's up there. Because up there is the phantom. And over here is the actual... I don't know if it's the same wolf. It looks the same. But I don't know, man. I don't know you have to fight this. And then try to get that? Or can you even collect that? Do you just fight this and then... I have no idea. And I'm pretty sure this... That might be the sword of the Bloodstain. Hold on. Is the Bloodstain Knight the one who dual wields? Let me see. Because I know the one who dual wields is also... is also the same one who's connected to Signora's lover. Because the lover dies and then he keeps on fighting. Basically kind of like for like vengeance. Because the lover died. But I don't know if that story is the same thing with this. Or is this just a completely different person? Oh, I don't even really say too much. So hold on, are those swords that really are connected to this guy? Or is people just saying that? Oh, hold on. Okay, maybe this is the same. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think in some other video that I saw, I don't even remember the people who said what, but and there's also some other videos that I still haven't even seen, but that's completely different. But anyways, um, in one of the videos, I do remember seeing that some Knights of Favonius member found out the truth about Conria, and that's why he walked away from the first place. So maybe that is the same one with this, and it also just happens to be the person who dual wield, possibly, or maybe he was in the platoon with the person who dual wields, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. Oh my god, dude. Hmm. I wonder who's the person. Yeah, I wonder exactly who the hell. Hold on. Let me see if it's connected to one of these swords. Hmm, probably. Oh, actually, hold on. Maybe. Because I wonder exactly who is this knight and who did he save? Who was who was the woman he saved? Oh, that reminds me. Now that I look at this, I wonder if the other swords tell kind of the same story. Like, is it connected to this, or is it a completely different story? I gotta check that real quick after this. Oh yeah, there it goes right there. I don't even know how to pronounce that dude's name, but the Lion of Light. He did both a long sword and great sword. He was the dual wielder, and Varka is the only one who did it after him ever since. But that Rostram person or Rostam, I wonder if he's the one that's this blood. Oh my god, dude. Oh lord, this gotta be sounding so annoying. Coughing every like 30 seconds. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyways, I wonder if um Rostam or Rostam, whatever it is, he's the Bloodstained Knight. Maybe they still haven't even answered it, which I would not be surprised because it is Genshin after all. These guys should be answering some stuff that's like old, but some stuff we still don't know. Oh yeah, I see the two names right there. Uh, okay. Let's skim through this thing real quick. Cause I want to see if it says, um, the wolf pup dude, like walked away. Like, is he the knight that found out the truth and then walked away? And then did he become Bloodstained Night. Now that I'm thinking about it, if that is the case, or like I'm kind of close to it, I wonder if Varka's quest would answer who the Bloodstained Knight is. Because um I saw speaking of leaks, I even saw more stuff, but not stuff within the next update, like in the future, which one of them I already knew because it was confirmed by what's that dude's name? Dawe. He said it himself in some interview thing or like Q&A that they had in China, which again I still cannot find the whole entire thing. It's annoying the hell out of me. I still see like bits and pieces of it. But anyways, in Varka's quest, you fight. I'm assuming some boss because it looks like a domain, and within the domain, there's like a bunch of swords everywhere, like stuck in the ground. And even when you do his burst, like for like a quick second, like while he's like dashing forward and in the process of swinging the swords. Oh yeah, yeah. If you look uh, now, burping. Like what, bro, what's happening? Anyways, when he's doing his burst, it shows what looks like to be that same area with this like new domain thing. I think because it could be a domain with like a boss, or it could be one of those like echo things. Because I did see an Imazuma echo, um, and I know that's an echo because the Ayato and Ayaka, they're getting echoes in the next update. So that's their like little domain thingy for the echoes. So I don't know if it's like that for Marco also, or it's just part of his quest and it ends up being like a boss. So I'm not sure. But anyways, as I was saying, I wonder if those stuff is connected to the Bloodstained Knight. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, so they didn't even have a Grand Master during this time? So who was the first ever Grand Master? Does it say that? No way it's Varka. There has to be one before him. Who was the Grand Master at this time? Um, Hold on, maybe the other Favonius weapons. Oh, now that I see this, I'm probably gonna be going back to this because that might have to do with the Traveler and all the other stuff. Because the Traveler's outfit talks about the Heavenly Principles or assumed to be Heavenly Principles. We'll go through that stuff also because that's gonna probably take some time. And honestly, that's more yapping than really like looking through stuff like of what I'm doing right now. Because I think I'm actually onto something like actually like legitimately like real, like no crazy tinfoil. Well, maybe it is a crazy tinfoil thing, but I could be right in that tinfoil, nonsense, if you want to call it that. Oh, this is something completely different. Oh, this is the stuff with oh, hold on. A gentleman brother and pursue his dreams of becoming a phantom thief. Hmm. I wonder if he ended up becoming one of the Reed Millers. And that's another thing. I wonder how many Reed Millers there really are. Because like I said, it's like a whole title thing. It's not even like a actual how to explain it. It's like okay, this is not really the best example. But Zhongli is Morax, right? And he's the only one that's been Morax all this time. But for the Pyro Archon, you had Mabuka, Shabalanke, and like three other people that we still don't even really know their names. But that gets like passed down from like people to people. So like they end up reusing the name Hyberim, I think. That's how you say it. As but like for Morax, it's only been Zhongli. But for like the Pyro Archons, Hyberim, I think that's how you pronounce it. Since there's been like so many of them, all of them bear the same name. So it's something almost like that with Reed Miller. Like it basically kind of gets like passed down. Oh, that's interesting. Certain spear wielding witch's disciple. Huh. I wonder who's that witch. And I wonder if it's Alice. That's the thing about Alice. I don't know what to really think of her, but to think that she probably came with New Belong just because of the fact that she knows so much, and now she's sustainer of the borders. So I feel like it's almost like a, kind of like a prison sentence for her, since they probably can't really fight her, because she's probably too powerful. Now she's like contained with being in a position of watching the border, so she can't do like whatever she wants to do, even though she still basically does it. But I don't know. That's just something when I think of. I could be completely wrong, which might be possible, especially if I get the descender stuff right, because even though the third one is extremely tricky, dude, but the concept of what they actually represent if I'm right about those stuff, then I will probably most likely be wrong about Alice coming with New Belong. The Dawn Knight. Oh, that's Duluc's ancestor, right? Oh, speaking of Duluc, because I finally uh was catching up on the other servers. Dude, I am so far behind. Like really behind. And I'm still behind. But I've been doing it slowly by slowly. Honestly, I've just been doing like some of the quick start things. So I could do like sometimes the story or like do certain events that I'm able to do by like quick starting some stuff. So I've been like distracted with that. So I haven't been going through the story completely. But when I was finishing Mondstadt, um there was a couple parts that was like interesting and made me think. Especially some stuff with Diluc. Like I still wonder what was his true position in the beginning of the game. Because for Jean to go in the bar and call him sir when she's acting grandmaster, like what the hell is that? Like, and I don't think they've ever, well, I don't know if they did it in some event that came on the beginning of the game. I'm not sure. But like in the story, like character story, even though I don't remember a lot, I remember bits and pieces of Diluc and Jean. But I don't think they mention what was his position for Jean to call him sir in the bar. So I don't know. I don't know if it's like something like which could be the case that she is kind of like the grandmaster in the eyes of Mondstadt because she's like diplomatic and Diluc is not. But behind the scenes, Diluc was the real acting grandmaster. But since he's not like diplomatic, he couldn't be like the visible person to see for the people of Mondstadt to call him acting grandmaster. Maybe that's what it is. And since Jean is the most diplomatic person, then she fits the role the best. And because of this whole expedition thing that Farka did, that he basically took what like 70 or 80% of the military, which is also crazy to think about. I wonder in the next update when everybody is back, like is it gonna be like well they will probably have to do a Mondstadt themed event. That will make logical sense for them to do an event. What even is the event called? Is it Windbloom? Or is that something else? I don't even remember. I'd be forgetting these names sometimes. And also, when they be introducing so many stuff throughout the year, that it could basically become like a yearly thing, they ended up just like skipping years or 1 year, 1 or 2 years, because there's like just new stuff. Like the thing with Fontaine, with like the movie festival, they didn't do it this year, or the ending of last year going into this year, they didn't do that. Uh, the Wind Bloom thingy, which might happen this year. I don't know if they did it last year. Nihita's birthday was last year, but the year before that it wasn't. And then the year before that, it was um the celebration, but it was like something else. It wasn't like about Nahida, like how it was last year. Um, I'm trying to think of other like yearly stuff. Lantern Rite is always gonna be a thing. That will never change. Because Lantern Rite is basically kind of like the, well, in my case, when I started playing, so far, how I see Lantern Rite is kind of like the, like, very little cookie crumbs of stuff that happened in the last Archon quest. Because, okay, how do I explain it? Because I don't want to make it sound confusing. Because usually it will be the last Archon, like major Archon quest of that update, or of the region. I should put it like that, of the region. So this year, it's um oh my god, excuse me. Dude, my body is just, I don't know what the hell's happening. It has like a mind of its own today. But yeah, so this year it's the whole thing with Nahkrai and Kalabina. Because once you talk to like the quote unquote like Archon figure, then you're basically done with the major important stuff of that region. Because then it starts leading into some other stuff, and then near the summer, it starts mentioning the next place, and then after the summer update, that's when we get the new region. So, but before any of that, and after the last like super major Archon quest of the region, it will be Lantern Rite. And then with Lantern Rite, it will be like look like little cookie crumbs of stuff that happened in the last major Archon quest. So they will mention some stuff, and then it will mention like other stuff, and then it will kind of like keep the story going on like after that. So like last year, um, the and not long, because the captain sat down and now basically like immersed himself within the ley lines. So he basically became not exactly like that, but a little bit of like a mini Armaso tree and not long, if you want to put it like that. Because he also managed to put the Conrians in it, which I have some theories about that. But back to my original thing, because if I talk about that, it's gonna start leading to the heavenly principles, and yeah, that topic is like very long, or I think it's long in my head because I like sidetracking a lot. So, anyways, um, yeah, so he sits down and then merges with the ley lines. So in that line, it's quote unquote like fixed. But in Leeway, when Hu Tao has to do that sacrifice thing, but obviously the traveler saves her, And then the whole thing about the eight gates and um the different versions of the Adeptus, which actually it might be called Adeptus because I know it's like Adeptus, Adepti, something like that. They're basically all kind of like the same thing, but they just call different names for whatever reason. Maybe they will probably explain some of that stuff in this lantern, right? Also, but anyways, so yeah, so when I was talking about that, it started mentioning stuff about ley lines, and because of the stuff in that lawn, that ley lines is like kind of like overflowing, and it's like messing up other regions. And then in the update after that, it was the one with Imazuma with Mizuki. And in that conversation at the end with Shogun and Yai Miko, I believe. I know Shogun 100% was a part of it in the last conversation of that event. She was also mentioning stuff about the ley lines is like messed up, and then that's why all these like demon things was like coming out, and then Mizuki had to like interfere, and her herself also had to interfere because it also had to do something with her friend with that horn, Chioyi or something. I'm horrible with names, dude. But anyway, I know it was like something with the horn, and then some like abyss creature who like messes with people's nightmares. He was like involved. It was like a whole big thing. But anyways, at the end, when Shogun was talking to, I believe, Yaimiko, then they were talking about the same thing with Leeway. That ley lines is like overflowing and messing up stuff, and then people are like re-emerging, so they have to like prepare for like kind of like the ultimate like war, if you want to put it like that, which kind of sounds like a cataclysm might happen. So yeah, and then so on and so on. So this year, because of all the moon stuff, and Lantern Right is about the moon because of the White Horse Adeptus. So whatever happens in there, and whatever little stuff that's like left unsaid, will probably be like the story from that point on all the way to like around summer. It would be like little like cookie crumb stories, but it all like connected to the last part of the major Archon quest in the new region, or in the new region of that time. So yeah, that was a very long explanation, but hopefully it made sense. Because, like I said, from my personal experience when I started playing, that's kind of what I see in Lantern Right. Lantern Right is like them introducing, well, not really introducing, talking about previous stuff and then introducing some new stuff, but like in a form of like little little tiny secret, things that they say that don't mean anything, but then throughout later in the year you find out it's like super important. And then when you realize it, they first mentioned it back at Imazuma. I mean, not Imazuma, in Leeway during Lantern Right. So I think this year is going to be no different. It's probably going to be the same thing. And this year is going to be super important because so much stuff happened with the moons and all these rules that has broken, and the Heavenly Principles is still not awake. So yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what's gonna be what. But now with me saying that, uh, again, before I even go into this stuff, oh my god, everything is not 100%, and it could always change. Cause I know before Nagcard came out, I saw a leak, which I talked about it at that time also, that the Doctor was gonna be the last boss, which that ended up being true. But the events that happened around like that leak about the Doctor being the boss, that didn't happen. Like the Doctor was gonna become this one true god, which basically did happen. But it was separate from like the moons. They didn't mention stuff about the moons. So the way they said it about him being like this ultimate god, they kind of made it seem something like Wanderer and Sumeru, but like way stronger than that. And like I said before, it had nothing to do with the moons. It was just like Archon, Gnosis type of stuff. But yeah, and then when he died in front of Irminsul burning, and that didn't happen either. So, like I said, the leaks that I saw recently about the future stuff, it's most likely probably gonna be the same thing. They might get like one thing true, but all the other stuff is probably I don't know. But anyways, so 7.0 is this year, and 7.0 is Cessnaya. That I know is 100% because Dawei said it himself. Um, they're still doing the anime thing. I don't know when the hell that's gonna come out. But the other leaks, which part of it, part of it we do know is true because last year for the summer event, well, before the summer event, the live stream leading up to the summer event, they mentioned that throughout that time into the following year, they're gonna slowly by slowly start introducing more Mari Javara stuff. So that we know is true because they said it in the live stream last year. But supposedly this year, by like the end of it, all of Mari Jafar is supposed to come out. I don't know. That I'm not sure. That might not be true. I don't think that's true. That might still take some time. Because if they're doing Seznaya, the summer event, and Mari Javara, because the summer event is always gigantic. And this year is going to most likely be no different. And they're doing a whole bunch of other stuff at the same time, like the Genshin anime thing, and even regular like future updates. So I don't think Mari Javara is gonna come out in its whole entirety by the end of this year. I don't know about that. Oh, excuse me. Um, what else did I see? I saw that. I saw 7.0, which that's already 100% confirmed by Dawei. Um, oh, I don't. I I believe in that leak a little bit. like 5% because of the simple fact that the name and Calabina's trip marketing could possibly be the Sarista, which that's also another thing. I don't know why people is coming out and saying it's 100% confirmed that's the Sarista's name. I don't, I mean, it could be, it most likely is gonna be her real name because even the stuff that she says would sound like the Sarista because it matches her demeanor and the stuff that she says. But it's not 100% confirmed. So right now it's like an extremely, extremely, extremely strong theory that's most likely going to end up being true. But to say it's 100% confirmed, confirmed by who? Nobody came on and said that that was the Sarista who wrote that. But anyways, that's why I said I kind of believe in it a little bit, like 5%, but not that much. Obviously, because it's 5%. Um, oh my god, excuse me, dude. This gotta be so annoying to listen to. Oh god. Dude, my body's like falling apart now. Jesus Christ. Oh lord. Anyways, back to the Sarista. A leak that I saw, or quote unquote leak, is the person who's going to Natlon and getting the pyronosis is the Sarista herself. And the Sarista is gonna fight her, and she's gonna win against Mavuka for her to get the Gnosis. I I don't even know what to say to that. I don't know about that. That's why I said it's like 5%. I believe it because they, like I said, it's most likely the Sarista's full name in Columbina's drip marketing, but it's not 100% confirmed by any real like developer or even in the game. Like they didn't come out and say, "Oh, the Sarista's full name is Anastasia," blah 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 blah, and so on. So, oh my god, dude. But but yeah, the thing that why I believe it a little tiny bit is because the name that could be Sarista, that she could show up in Natlon and try to get the Gnosis. But all the stuff about fighting her and beating her, I don't know about all that. If she does beat her, that would be, well, one, that fight scene has like would be amazing. Because the one with the captain and Mavuka, that shit was amazing. That was like one of my top like fights so far that I've seen in Genshin. And it wasn't even that long. But if the Sarista appears and fights for the Gnosis, whew, and if she quote unquote wins, if the leak turns out being true, shit, that's gotta be one hell of a fight. I wonder how would she win? Would she just like entrap everyone in Nanlon with her ice power, kind of like what she did with that Winter Nights Laszlo thing? Oh, speaking about that, there was some interesting stuff when I rewatched that. But now I'm thinking about it, maybe I should probably save that for later. You know what? Nah, we're just getting into it now. Um, because there was a couple things. It was actually no. You know what? Yeah, let me finish this because one of them mentioned. Well, they don't mention it in the trailer, but it's about Pantalone that he says something, but then I just remembered when not just now when I was watching it, I remember something about Reed Miller. And then when you talk to that guy, which I don't know why he's not there, he's just in Nalcry, well in Nasha Town, telling the stories as a bard. But when you beat the Reed Miller stuff and you talk to him, he mentions something about hearing something in the wind, which is pretty ironic. But hearing something in the wind along the lines of the reason why Pantalone is like taking on the Mora is because he wants to like make it like insufficient, and then when it kind of like, I guess you could say like when Tibet's economy, like Tibet as its entirety, the economy like collapses, then he'll just like throw it away and give it to people for free because it won't mean anything to him anymore. So, but yeah, it just reminded me something about the trailer. Oh my god, dude. Let me actually just finish this first, dude, because I'm like all over the place. Library burned down. Great Fire of Fall Equinox. I never even heard of that before. What the fuck is that? Is that supposed to be kind of like the equivalent of the real life situation with that library in damn, where was it? What is the library even called? It was like thousands of years ago. I think it was in Egypt. Actually, yeah, because it was considered one of the seven wonders of the world. Um, damn, what was the name of the library? Was it Library of Alexandria or something like that? Or Alexandria Library? I don't know. I know it was something like that. But that ended up being burnt down. So I wonder, with them mentioning this, is supposed to be kind of almost something like the Alexandria Library. Uh, Oh, restricted section. Oh, that's pretty. That's funny. Because that restricted section, I guarantee you, it's that shit, what that thing is called? The Imaginary Theater. I think that's exactly what the thing in the book was talking about. Oh, this is something completely different. Okay, let's Actually, hold on. Does it mention? Actually, let me read this real quick. Okay? I'm so glad I actually went to see this, even though I was looking for the wolf grave sword thing. But I'm so glad we see this because this just proves, which I'm gonna get into it way later, that the stuff that we see and read is not the full truth. Because Durin was never intended to be evil. It's not like Durin came to Mondstadt and he wanted to destroy every. Well, he kind of did, but like that wasn't the first like intention of Durin to do. But when you read like the first like the first couple of sentences here, it makes it seem like Durin's intentions was just to come here and like destroy everything. When I don't think that was the case before. Oh, now that I see that about Durin, they also released this thing on HoYoLab. Actually, let me pull it up because I think I still have it. Yeah. Zybal's Chronicle Characters Antidote. But I'll actually, you know what? No, let's. I always say I'll get into it later, and then I either forget or I just talk about random stuff. But it mentioned something about. Oh, I found it. I'm just reading this because I know Durin did attempt to destroy Mondstadt, but like I said, I don't think it was his first original true intention. But it did ended up wanting to do that eventually. But because that is connected to Ryan Daughter, and Ryan Daughter made the Bakunawa, and the Bakunawa um wanted to destroy stuff also, and then she like purposely like hid it away because it was like way too destructive, which kind of doesn't make any sense because I thought that was kind of her whole intentions of being one of the sinners, but that's a different subject. But anyway, cause I know the real life mythology about Bakunawa was him, um, like going after the moon, which I don't remember if he still does that in this game. Oh God, I don't remember. But anyways, um, I bring that up about hunting the moon because in her character antidote thing, it mentions um, her form is elusive. Her is the white horse abductus. Her form is elusive, her trail uncertain. Across countless legends, her image was fractured into endless variations, leaving truth and fiction indistinguishable from each other. At times she is a snow white steed, radiant as moonlight. At others she's an adeptus with white hair and golden eyes. And then it shows like a book right under that. And then it shows, I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's like a supposed to be like a dragon head or like a dragon demon head, which could be a dragon demon head. I'll explain why after I read this. And then it says, however, when the three moons shattered and the chariot fell, she too was said to have been trapped within the shell of the starry sky and left behind in a frozen, distant land. Um, the stories passed down to this day are the true remnants of an ancient age, or merely the dreamlike longings of later generations. The divinations forewarned that Zanshu, the moon devourer, shall manifest during this year's lantern rite. Will this Adeptus, whose fate is so deeply intertwined with the moon, reveal herself once more in her homeland? And then that's how it ends. But the reason I brought up Durin and Bakunawa and stuff, because it mentions a moon devourer, and I never heard of this name before. But when you look at the picture, when when it mentions, however, when the three moons shattered and the cherry fell, it's like some creature I've never seen before. So I don't know if that's supposed to be Jean Shu, the Moon Devourer, but then that doesn't make sense because when it says the moon shattered, that would be that would be Nubelong, and the chariot fell. So that means he also took out the sun. That's interesting. They didn't mention that in the Nokrai quest or in any of the books or artifacts. So that's pretty interesting. Uh, as far as who was in the chariot or whatever, I'm not sure. That could be said for another time. But the thing is, it don't really look like. I don't know what that mask is supposed to be. So I don't know if it is New Belong, which it should be New Belong, but if they're like lying to us, like always, and distorting the truth, then is it Zanshu who destroyed the moons back then, only to rise again and fully devour it itself? So I don't know. Or maybe it's some freaking like long chess play that Nubelung did in case of the three moons ever escaped. That he had some secret thing that could come whenever a moon comes back into Tibet for them to destroy the moon, the moon devourer. I generally don't know. It's just pretty interesting that they mentioned this moon devourer. But yeah, I really don't know, man. I really don't know. And I wonder, like, if it wasn't New Belong, but it should be New Belong, unless if they lied to us again. But if it's not New Belong, and this Zhang Shu person is someone different, or maybe he was working with New Belong, that whole thing about Nubelon coming back by himself with the Abyss fighting, that might also be false. He might have come back with multiple like creatures. And then it was him and whatever creatures that came with him to fight. So, like I said, I really don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I could probably just be overthinking that, but who knows, man? Who knows? Ay, dude. Alright, let me, I'm just gonna do like the most insanely speed run. It's not even really like speed running it. I'm just like, just want to see. Alright, I'll mention. Not because I was kind of curious if it would mention stuff about Decarabian, but no. Okay, this. I want to see if this is connected to anything so far. Oh god, dude. Hmm. So, I could be wrong, but if the stuff really is connected to that bloodstained night, maybe this was the one of the breaking points. Because Boreas died, then he had to bury him. And then from then on, he just was, as they put it, the Knight of Boreas, then left the city behind, living instead the wandering life of a lone wolf. No, maybe that's what he did. I don't know, man. You know, I'm kind of tempted. I'm gonna end up dying. I don't want to fight it. I probably should try to fight it, but I might get destroyed. Oh, you can touch it? Ah. Oh no, I need freeze, right? I think you need to freeze him. Dude, I'm gonna get fucked up.
Time to say hello. Be free. Let the mighty be humble.
Let me see.
Settle down. Farewell.
Yeah, pyro or electro swirl.
Bow your head.
Fuck. That's gonna kill me.
The tides beckon.
Ah, fuck. Yeah. Yeah.
Past.
Yeah. Once I lose Nubula, I'm done. Yeah, I mean, I kind of did better than I thought I would. Um, I don't know if I should try to fight it. I want to see, because now that I know you could touch the sword, maybe I have to touch the sword and then I could do that. Let me try. Let me see something.
Ready to ride.
Hmm.
Just what will we come across this time?
What's the occasion?
I don't know how well this is gonna work. Oh, now that I see this, in the next update, when you do a charged attack, it does like some, like little, kind of like if you have wind and you go like this, and then that hit like that, the last hit, it will be like a gust of wind. Or if you do Geo and you do that, like some rocks will come up. Which I wonder why they stopped doing that. But anyways, like with the different elements, like stuff is supposed to appear. And then with wind, you do that, the charge, and 3 like little tornadoes like come out and hit the enemy. And on her right hand, it will glow whatever element you choose, which that's pretty cool. That might be story locked, knowing Genshin. You might have to do Varka's quest in order to do that, most likely. Kind of like to get this costume, you have to do the last not cry quest. Oh, dude. Oh, whoops. Dude, I'm thinking my things are spawning way faster. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, you know who I do want to try to fight? Even though that was completely different. But, that old lady. Because when I was doing, didn't I say this to, oh, I'm supposed to swirl into it. I'm fucking dumb. That's why not, okay. Oh, this, yo, I just realized this is really like a Varka boss. Because Varka could do all that. Oh, damn, I'm about to die. But,
Not too far now.
what was I even talking about? I got sidetracked. I don't even remember. I mentioned something about Bark. This is probably a boss fight for Barca. And then the costume. That's from the Not Cry quest. Oh, yeah, most likely the power with like the fighting will probably be Varka's quest. More than likely. Because I know for Varka's quest, you also get a weapon skin, but the weapon skin is only for Varka. And I don't know what it's called, so. but it looks different from like anything else I saw before, which is pretty interesting.
Grab the engine.
Oh, I was also thinking about the old lady, because you fight the old lady, only for a little bit, not all the way, but you fight the old lady, when you do the Reed Miller quest, and when I was doing that, she was kind of easy, but then again, it was a story quest, not the world quest, oh, not the world boss, so she should be easier in that. But I kind of do want to try her now that I'm fighting this
Not too
thing.
far now.
Light up the blazing sun.
Oh boy. You know what? You know what I just realized? Maybe I should have put Chaska. Maybe I should try her. If I could do the swirl.
Not
Oh
bad.
god. Dude.
He's free. Go. You're free now.
Wreck from the sky.
Well, I should be going into the theory stuff and then trying this after I finish the theories. Because this is probably gonna take long.
May I present? Let my name echo in song.
Farewell.
Pyroclastic surge.
Dude, this is fucking killing me, man. My god. It's gonna be the definitely
Tell me what you see.
the annoying ass coughing, dude.
Light up the blazing sun.
Uh-oh.
Try and stop me.
This is taking quite some time, man.
Incinerate.
But it's supposed to be this hard, so.
Not too far now.
And I didn't even really build. So. Yeah, that's also another thing. Especially the Traveler. Auroron and... Well, Mavuka I could do better. But Auroron is like decent. I don't think I'll touch him. I mean, you could always do better, but for now, I think he's solid.
Go. You're free now. He's free.
Mavuka could be better. Traveler, yeah. I need to figure out what the hell to do with the Traveler. Because I'm also trying to, like... Oh, dude.
Not bad.
What the hell?
How
I'm also
Not too
trying
far
to,
now.
find something that I could kind of be, like,
Light up the
works
blazing
like on
sun.
all elements with the Traveler. But honestly, I think that's just gonna be harder to do than just doing a single element.
How dare you? May I present?
Time to say hello. He's free.
Jesus, dude.
Full throttle.
Well, hopefully with all these new buffs, maybe it could be easier to build a Traveler.
Incinerate.
'Cause I actually do like fighting with the Traveler.
The show begins.
Farewell.
Their fighting feel like very fluid. Or fluid. Not fluent.
Pyroclastic surge. Rev the engines. Incinerate.
God.
Go. You're free now. Not too far now.
Light up the blazing sun. Full throttle.
Ay, dude.
May I present?
I'm gonna end up coughing so much that my eyes are gonna be taken off the screen. And then these wolves are gonna just kill everyone within a couple of
Rev
hits.
the engines. Time to shine.
Time to say hello.
Bro, what the hell was that? I'm surprised I did not get hit. What? I am so... How the hell did that even happen?
Incinerate. Full throttle.
Ay, ay, ay.
Be free.
Dude,
Light of the blazing sun.
this shit is long, man. My god.
Try and stop me.
It's this other wolf. Because I'm pretty sure if I kick that out, maybe it'll get stunned for a little bit. Or it would just get, well,
Tell me what you
weaker.
see.
The show begins. Wrath from the sky.
But this shit is not dying, man.
Rev the engines.
I hope no summon another wolf. Oh my god, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Dude, okay, I'm gonna fucking destroy this. No, 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 no.
Light
I'm
of the
healing.
blazing
God
sun.
damn it. Taking way too long.
Try and stop me.
Yeah, this is probably gonna be the end. I'm probably gonna die. Ay, ay,
I present.
Go. You're free now.
Pyroclastic surge.
ay. Bro.
Incinerate.
You know what I just realized? I think
How brilliant.
this will probably be... Oh. This will probably be better for the old lady.
Sky.
Aren't you supposed to overlord it? I think.
Rev the engines.
I could be wrong. I honestly don't remember.
Farewell. Time to say hello.
Light of the blazing sun.
Dude.
Full throttle.
Ay, ay, ay. I don't even want to quit now.
Incinerate.
Even though this is taking mad long, but
Not too far now.
I mean, I already started.
Pyroclastic
And I'm like halfway, so might as well.
Try and
If
stop
I
me.
die, then I die. I mean, I would not like to die, but
Ah,
Tell me what you see. Farewell.
the show begins. Wrath from the sky. Rev the engines.
here's another thing. When they do that move, it looks like one of the like the wind things. It looks like it hits the other enemy.
Be free.
So I'm surprised it's not swirling because of that.
Pyroclastic surge.
But I guess you just have to do it manually, I
Try
guess.
and stop me.
Not use the own, or not use the enemy's own attack against them,
Incinerate.
which honestly kind of makes sense.
The show begins.
Time to say hello. Not too far now.
Light of the blazing sun. May I
what you see.
Bro, it feels like I'm fighting against that lion in Wuthering Waves.
Rev the engines.
Not the boss one. Well, okay. How do I explain it? Because it's probably gonna sound confusing. Because you have the world boss version, and then you have the secret quest version. That's the one I'm talking about. The secret quest. The one when she's in the middle of 3 temples. Dude, that one is hard. But that's the thing. It's like
The show begins.
Go! You're
it's
free
like,
now!
well, it is kind of hard, but it's not like
Plastic surge.
impossible. It just takes quite some time, and then it just starts doing some random bullshit moves, like moves it don't even do throughout the whole battle. Then all of a sudden it starts doing new ones. It's just like, what the hell?
Farewell!
Light up the blazing sun. The show begins.
Be free!
Oh no. Oh fuck. Uh-oh. It's not good.
Wrath from the sky.
I'll have to, I gotta switch to him when they do that wind thing again. So I could heal him. I'll just have to run like in circles or whatever. Oh my god, dude. This is annoying the hell out of me.
The blazing sun.
This call. I should probably drink some water.
Incinerate.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do. After this. I don't need to die while I'm doing this.
Farewell!
Pyroclastic surge. Incinerate. Time to shine. The show begins.
Time to say hello. Be free!
Wrath from the sky. Light up the blazing sun. Rev the engine.
What?
Not bad.
Thank God you have a bike.
Present.
Dude,
You're free now!
that would have killed me right there.
Pyroclastic surge. Try and stop me.
Dude, I think this is the longest time I ever fought a world boss like this.
Be free!
Wrath from the sky.
Damn, dude.
Full throttle.
Hey, you see like how the wind thing is going on though? But it's not like counting as a swirl when I do an element in it.
Not too far now. Time to say hello.
Light up the blazing sun. Try and stop me.
Be free!
Oh, dude.
Sky.
I almost went horribly wrong. Dude, it's also the stamina. Fuck, dude. Like, I need this shit to go faster. You know, also another thing. I know a lot of people, which I don't do that because I'd be too lazy and I forget. But I know a lot of people eat food for buffs when they do stuff like this. But like I said, I'm just too lazy to be making the food, and I'd be forgetting it to use. That's also another thing.
Farewell.
Wrath from the sky!
Dude, that 1-2 combo is deadly as fuck,
Rev the
dude.
engines!
Oh, wrong person. Whoops.
Time to say hello. Not too far.
I almost messed that up again.
Light of the blazing sun! Try and stop me! Incinerate! Incinerate! Let the world go
Be free.
Wrath from the sky! Incinerate!
Go. You're free now.
Light of the blazing sun! Rev the engine!
Getting closer and closer. But jeez, dude, this. I wonder how long this took, like, all together. This is not long.
Farewell.
Wrath from the sky!
Or by the end of this, it's gonna be like 40 minutes. Like, I've been on this one boss. Ay, ay, ay.
Tell me what you see.
May I present Light of the blazing sun!
Dude. Uh-oh. Okay, perfect. Dude, when my thumb feels like it has to. There we go. Like, my thumb got like stiff. I had to crack it, but it wouldn't crack.
Full throttle!
Dude.
Time to say hello. Not too far now.
The show
Bro, is this how it feels to play like these Elden Ring games? Or Dark Souls games? Jeez, bro. Bro, this is
Rev the
like,
engine!
this is really long. Again, like I said, my builds are not even, which, I need to start actually fixing that stuff.
Wrath from the sky!
Because I'm in endgame mode. Or close to endgame.
Incinerate!
Tell me what you see.
The show begins! Light of the blazing sun! Incinerate! Let lightning echo in song! Oh, brilliant!
Not too far now.
Wrath from the sky! Full throttle! Incinerate! May I present
Go. You're free now. Farewell.
Bro, I hope when I kill this thing, the other one dies also, because if not, I am screwed. And I did literally all of this for nothing.
Incinerate!
For absolutely nothing.
He's free.
Pyroclastic surge! Try and stop me!
Tell me what you see. Farewell.
The show begins! Light of the blazing sun!
Wow. Oh, God. Okay. What is this? Oh, okay. It is a Knights of Favonius, dude. Ah, okay. I am so glad I also see this because I'm going to be talking about red dark chaos energy also, and honestly, this is the closest thing that I see. So I'm gonna be coming back over here. I'm not gonna be fighting the thing again. I'll just be standing there pointing at the sword. But oh, that message appears again. Do not disturb its slumber. And it says within the sword. Invoking. Maybe the one it always says yes to come. Bro, hold on. Is this a Varka thing? I have to refight this again with Varka. Oh, my god. I didn't even get an achievement. Yeah. Alright, Varka has to come and interact with this. Bro, this thing is probably gonna respawn. And it will probably respawn either when I teleport away and teleport back, or probably when server restarts. At least I know I can beat it, even with semi-decent and shitty builds. So, yeah, it wasn't too bad. Really long. I need to do way better, but it is what it is. I got their job done. And it's not like it gives you freaking like thousands of primos to beat it in 10 seconds, so doesn't matter. Um alright, well, um trying to what time is it? Oh, it's about to
Instead
be
of
2:30.
confining themselves to the yeah.
It's about to be 2:30. Okay. Um okay, you know what? Let's start. Yeah, we should start with all this Reed Miller stuff. Um, is there not a chair around here? I thought there was. Where is the nearest chair? I want to sit. Also want to look at this view. Um, I don't think there is. Oh, actually, I don't think there's a chair over here. What is that? What the hell is that? Oh, that's just a rock thing. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm glad I did this. And I did this before I started doing this stuff. All this other stuff. Because I thought it was like one of those like random like chess things. Like you do like these puzzles or whatever and you get chess, which it is the case, you do get that. But there's also this. And this is intertwined with these other things. Because the person who writes this is oh damn, what's his name? It's not Rotwang. It's Rotwang's student. Fuck, what's his name? Because somewhere in here he mentioned like master or something. Um, yeah, this was like the beginning stages of everyone joining together. Because it says right there, all the clans have united as one to shape the world into an Elysium for humankind alone, guided by Dawn's navigator and the exalted saint. We draw closer to this goal with each passing day. This was the beginning when Reed Miller, some people in ancient Cesnaya, um, the Scions secretly, not publicly, and the Lightkeeper dude, Solev or Soleiv, whatever the hell that guy's name is. Again, like I said, I'm horrible with names. But I know he's the giant statue in Primata. I don't even know, is that how you pronounce that place also? Anyways, let me just keep on reading. We're currently exploring the secrets of life after relentless experimentation. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I'm glad I came here and read this again. Because we're gonna talk about that also. Because that experimentation place is crazy. And I know exactly where it is. Um, oh, so they were making. Oh, that's also another thing that they did mention. Stuff about the sample machine. That Rotwang and his minion, I forgot his name, basically were trying to create like the equivalent of the sample machine. And they were trying to steal information about it. And they asked Reed Miller, but Reed Miller refused to give them information about it. And that was the first Reed Miller, like the actual first one, which it ended up being someone in Cesnaya, which is ironic. Well, it's ironic for a couple reasons, which I'll get to it after. because we don't know his actual true well, we know his intentions, but we don't know if he was trying to be a part of this part where it says new humans born after such adjustments can wield elemental forces at will. We don't know if he was involved with those type of experiments, but he could be, because when you talk to, even though I'll get into it later, but we'll just get into it now because all this stuff connects anyway. But when you talk to Tolfin, which is that bar dude that I first talked to, he was mentioning Chernobog and the Belizar or Belizar. Belizar, that's funny. um, he mentioned that the very first Reed Miller that he was part of, like ancient Cesnaya, that he believed in, creating this Elysium, and he created the band of uh uh well, he created like this group of people, and then they were secretly working together to create this uh Elysium for humankind, because they thought the heavenly principles was just gonna keep on destroying stuff, like what they did with Hyperborea. So, anyways, when you talk to Tolfin and he's mentioning stuff about the first one, he comes out and says that no one really knows his true actual intentions. So it could be possible that he was involved with the experiment stuff. Because here, and that kind of makes sense, but also no, because there is a letter in the experiment place that's from Reed Miller to one of the girls. I forgot her name. Excuse me. And then like it talks about like some stuff. and then um and then yeah, so it places him at the experimental place. And if he was a Cesnaya guard, that place was also in charge of like well, the people in charge of that place was from Cesnaya, because they told the Tsar about these experiments, but they lied to him. They didn't tell him exactly what it was. They told him a lie. They told him it was gonna help him go against Celestia and open these golden gates and stuff like that. The stuff that he was like obsessed with. That ended up being like his demise. But anyways, so they were like kind of like rubbing his ego, but then also simultaneously lying about exactly what they're doing in the research thing when they were doing experiments. So we know the people in charge of it was the Sheznayan people, and it was like green lit by the Tsar himself, because again they lied to him. So for the first Reed Miller to be a part of that makes sense. But I don't know if he was involved in the sense of like, yeah, let's do these horrific experiments, or him even doing the experiments himself with Rotwang and the other dude. Or it could be like he was involved with that, but then he realized it was going too far, and then he started backpedaling and betraying them and working with the quote unquote like good guys. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe he was just there and he wasn't involved with the experiments at all. But then when he found out, then that's when he did that secret deal with the woman. So we don't know exactly what his intentions were 100%. I just find it interesting that when Toffin brought it up, he mentioned the dude's intentions that we don't know 100%, which is true because we really don't know much about him. We know like who he is, which I don't remember his name. It started with an A. He was the one that that built that place with the Reed Miller treasure thingy. He didn't put the treasure stuff inside, but he was there, and he did built it, and then or he built the outside, not the inside, because the inside was the third one. If you read the third one's letters, but the first one went there, did the stuff on the outside. I don't know if he did everything, like even making the weasel thing with all the other stuff. But anyways, that's not the point. He was just on the outside, and then he buried a coin, and then that coin was like the currency of back then. So now it should be like worth a lot of money, but it's not because it's like worthless. Because now everything is Mora. Which that's also interesting when Tofflin brings that up. Because it makes me think if Mora wasn't universal, or if it was universal and Cesnaya was trying to go against it and basically create their own, so that coin could be the competitor to Mora, or maybe they just didn't want anything to deal with them, which would probably make sense considering the Tsar and the Sarista. But so I don't know, maybe in Cesnaya that was the only currency that was allowed, or I'm not entirely sure. And I don't know if it mentions that in the description of the coin, because I actually have it in the inventory. Because Tolfin, he lets you keep it. He basically lets you keep it as like a memento of you guys' journey of doing this whole Reed Miller stuff. So yeah. Oh, now that I mentioned that, oh, I already talked about that. You see, my brain is like all over the place because I talked about Pantalone. Yeah, because when he mentions the stuff about the coin and it's like worthless, um, he also mentions stuff of what he heard in the quote unquote wind. That Pantalone likes collecting stuff, but he wouldn't collect that coin because that coin doesn't have any collector's value. And with him collecting stuff and taking all the Mora, or trying to take all the Mora, that he wants to make currency and value stuff like worthless. So when I assume the economy of Tibet collapses, then he gives everything, and then it's just like doesn't mean anything anymore because now there's no value. So that's what he's doing in the Fatui. We know his actual agenda because everyone in the Fatui has they work together, they do stuff here and there, but we don't know everyone's true actual intentions. Some we do, most no. But now we know Pantalone's actual true intentions is basically like like a like an economic collapse, or the collapse of the economic structure throughout Tibet. That's basically what he's doing, which is very interesting, like extremely interesting. um, yeah. Um, I wonder if what you call it. I wonder if I wonder what the other ones is, because Doctor is just proving like we don't need any type of gods, which I'll get more into that later. Kalabina, she was just there, just being there, and then she ended up being the true uh, tribunal moon, which it's very interesting because I don't think people realize how insanely powerful she just got. Like legitimately powerful. Like now she's a threat against Celestia, like an actual legitimate threat. Just like how well, New Belong is a threat also, but he's probably most likely dead. Um, Nouvelet also being a problem because now Nouvelet has his dragon authority, and he has, if you think about it, he technically has archonship, which that's bad for Celestia. Because now that he has archonship and dragon authority, which dragon authority is more powerful against archonship. But the reason why I bring up archonship is because the whole thing with Fossilor, and then him basically absorbing Fossilor, technically. Now that could be used against the other archons, because now he has a power of the justice archon inside of him. So now he could uh, judge the other archons. Because if it was only just dragon authority alone, it wouldn't work, or to me, it wouldn't work. Because everything in Tibet is already changed. And since everything in Tibet is already changed, oh yeah, excuse me. Since everything in Tibet is already changed, then him having dragonship will still be really powerful. But that dragonship wouldn't mean as much because the authority of the dragons wouldn't supersede what the heavenly principles placed on Tibet, if that makes sense. So he couldn't like overthrow or overwrite anything with only dragon authority alone, because nothing in Tibet is no longer only dragons ruling stuff. Now the stuff that's ruling is like the heavenly principles, which is archon shades and other stuff. So that's why I think with him doing what he did with Fossilor, or Fossilor doing what she did, because she set this whole thing up, and she purposely made him the judge, and made him judge for all these hundreds of years, and then putting herself inside the Oratrice machine, and then destroying it, and then him absorbing it. So now he has his authority and uh, Archon of Justice authority. So it's both in one. So that's why he will be able to go against the other ones and judge them, and rightfully so. But yeah. But anyways, I said all that just to say that Con Labina is like on that level, and maybe even stronger. Honestly, I still compare her kind of like a mini Nubalong. Because if you think about it, Nubalong created the three moons. And with her, she not only created a new moon, she kind of merged with all the other ones merged with her and freed them from that prison that they were in, which I might get into that a little later. But because I have some things about that. But anyways, before I sidetrack, um, yeah. So yeah, she freed them. They like merged with her, and now she put all three like together, became the tribunal moon goddess, and now she is the new fourth moon, and the fourth moon is all three powers of before. So kinda like how Nubelon was able to create the other three moons. Now she is those three moons plus more. So she's like I said, like a mini Nubelon. Not exactly like him, and not as strong as him because she didn't create like three other moons. Even though I probably wouldn't be surprised if she could with due time. But anyways, yeah. So she's like on that level of authority, you could say. Because I would say God, but if you say God, then that's like comparing Morax and or Zhongli, Venti, and all that other stuff, which is like different than that because I think she's stronger than that. Even though I have some stuff about them also, but just like a title ship, basically. It's like higher than Archon. We could put it at like that. Um, the Fatui's original intentions. So when I was watching the Winter Night Lazos thing again, um, I was I was trying to see if I could figure out anything on the chessboard, which not really, because I'm not entirely sure what's what. But anyways, um, with when they were when the rooster came out and said that he's shutting down everything for half a day to mourn Signora, or so the nation could mourn Signora, Pantalone was questioning him and asking him if that's a good idea because if he does that, then basically like his plan of like economic like authority, like him basically being moral archon, if you want to put it like that, will be in jeopardy because now money would start shifting to other places because the Sheznayan uh, banks throughout Tibet wouldn't be open. So it would basically affect like the flow of money, and it would impact Cesnaya. And then Arlecchino heard that, and then she yelled at both of them. And then that's when Child came on and said that this isn't the place for a fight, and I like fighting myself, but we should be mourning, or we should be in mourning, and then other stuff. But yeah, that was pretty interesting. And it was also kind of crazy that the rooster could just, well, he is the mayor of Cesnaya, if I'm not mistaken. Oh God, dude. But yeah, that's kind of crazy that he's able to do that though. And of course, the doctor was there, playing with his little blue vial thing. Oh no, that we're gonna get into later because Columbina says something to him, and it made me think because he got mad when she said that. So I wonder if the doctor that we saw playing with the vial was a segment, and then when the screen was black and Columbina and the doctor was talking, because Columbina, actually, you know what? Let me just, well, let me finish this first, and then we'll get into that stuff. Um, when I originally oh, I wanted to see if he mentioned something about his master. That's why I was in this. You know what's crazy about all the stuff that he's writing? It basically did it kind of did happen, but not in the way that he thinks it's happening. Because humanity doesn't rule every single thing yet. But so much has changed in some of the stuff that he kind of, says. Because even the part in the beginning of that, surely by your time humanity shall have fully developed this planet, the cradle of humanity. Sort of true. But even the most ordinary person can freely wield the power of the elements. Not exactly true, but kind of true. Because all these playable characters, they're like, a majority of them is kind of like, well, maybe like 30%, I guess. Maybe a little higher than that. Honestly, I really don't know. I would have to see what and then calculate it, but I'm not gonna do that right now. But a decent amount of people are quote unquote ordinary people, and they do wield it freely. But that's what I was saying before, that the stuff that he was saying, he was sort of right, but not in the way that he's thinking. Because he's probably thinking that someone could just wake up one day and have like all seven elements. But it's not like that. But ordinary people like Yomiya, Ayaka, Ayato, um, Diluc. Well, I'm not sure about Diluc. that one we could keep to the side. Mika, Rosario, uh, Barbara Jean, Shinobu, official, even official. She's like kind of special, but she is just an ordinary human. So it's like right and wrong. That's also interesting what he says right there. Because the firmament, it always refers to, well, for the most part. I don't know if there's any other instances, but for the most part, it references Nubelong. So I wonder, with him saying this, that they found out through like doing experiments or whatever, because this part isn't confirmed. This is just a theory. But with him saying this, I wonder if they figured out that Nubelong was able to give all of his creations power, which we know he did it with the moons, and they have his semi-authority, kind of like the Shades have semi-authority to Thanes. And then, of course, the seven dragons. But what about like other stuff? Like any other creature-like things that was there during that time? Did those also have powers from Nubelong's blessing? Because then why else would they say without relying on the gifts of the firmament? Or like I said, maybe there is just something that I don't know. And when they're talking about firmament, they're talking about heavenly principles. But for most of the stuff that I've seen, when it's that word mentioned, it's always Nubelong related. So I don't know. I think he's probably talking about Nubelong. And you know, now that I say that, it's pretty interesting because I wonder if hmm. We'll get into that later because I am gonna end up talking about that again. But it's making me think of some stuff. See, that's also true, but probably not to the extent that he's thinking. When it says, perhaps you have long since discovered those primordial secrets beyond beyond our comprehension. Sorta right, in some cases. Even being capable of freely converting matter into energy and vice versa. That's true. There was instances of people doing that, or even dragons, like after this, because you know the whole thing was not long with the little dragon. Yeah, tower that reaches the heavens. See, so I wonder if that right there, when it says we are using the latest, I'm not gonna try to pronounce that. to raise a tower that reaches the heavens. I wonder if it's stuff like that that they were telling the Tsar, that the Tsar ended up giving them the thumbs up to do the experiments. And then the other stuff they just kept secret. The great arrows we. Oh, yeah, speaking about the arrows, I want to talk about that also. Because we use a quote unquote arrow, but it's not really an arrow. I mean, to be fair, I didn't really think it was going to be an arrow. I thought it was going to be kind of like a. Um, kind of like a. I guess you could say kind of like, not exactly like that, but kind of like a cannon. But like the ammunition of the cannon wouldn't be like a ball. It will kind of be like a long cylinder, and then on the top of the cylinder, it would have like an arrowhead. That's what I thought it was gonna be. But yeah, now it's not the case. The arrow ended up being the first Lightkeeper's sword, which is insane. But it makes sense because of the stuff with uh, the quest. Yeah, I don't even know who's this exalted saint. That has to be the Voyager. I don't even know who the Voyager is because I was so wrong on Columbina. But to be fair, I thought it was a pretty decent theory. I still think my Polka and March one was pretty good. Honestly, that's my favorite one that I ever came up with. Even though I was wrong, that's still one of my favorite ones. But Columbina being the Voyager, it's like a little bit on the same boat. Cause honestly, the stuff with like the mysterious golden like glow throughout all the Not Cry quest, I thought it was like Nicole. So I thought it was Nicole like remembering, or maybe subconsciously remembering to protect all these places because these places are connected to the Voyager. But and then some of the stuff even with Hanabina, like not remembering certain things and where did she come from, and you know things like that. So, but yeah, that ended up being wrong. Even the thing about Nicole, now everyone was wrong about that. Everyone was wrong. All those golden and weird things happening throughout Not Cry ended up being Calabina. It wasn't even Nicole, not even that one time, which was crazy. Oh, it doesn't mention. Oh, all right. So, oh, wait a minute. No, hold on, hold on. No, I'm wrong about this. It's not Rod Wang or his sidekick dude or minion. Who is? Huh? Who the hell is this? Could it be? Is it Aaliyah or a? No, Il, I, or Alia? I think it's Alia. Alia, Alia. I don't know. I know it's one of those. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, because the part where it says, unlike our ancestors who wallowed in superstitions and barbarism, prostrating at the feet of the heavenly emissaries, ours is an era of great progress. But to be fair, it could be one of the Cesnaian people that still talks about ancestors. Actually, I don't know. It has to be someone within the group of like this treasure hoarder group. So Reed Miller, even though I probably doubt it, like the first one, but like I said, I probably doubt it. But it could be him, Rod Wang, his minion, I forgot, because you have two. You have one that was with the treasure hoarders, and then you have the other one who became the first moon chanter. Because it was archpriestess before, but then it changed to moon chanter because they found out that the archpriestess was doing some stuff and then they didn't agree with her. They basically were trying to call her like a traitor, which I guess you could say she kind of did because she was also helping the lightkeeper dude. And then when the two girls were born and the other one that wasn't a moon chanter, the other twin, she ended up being involved with the first group of treasure hoarders. And then, funny enough, she also became the second Reed Miller, which makes so much sense. Because if you read the Reed Miller book, um, it was sounding like he was like shapeshifting. So now we know he wasn't shapeshifting. It was actually because it was two entirely different people. And when Reed Miller got executed in Cesnaya, he actually did die. He didn't survive that. Because when he died right there, the first one, then that's when the second one took up the mantle and she became Reed Miller. And then the third one who became Reed Miller, which funny enough is connected to the second one also, is the adopted son of the governor of Chesnaya. Oh no, governor of Not Cry, not Chesnaya, sorry. The governor of Not Cry. Which I'm kind of interested about him also. Because who exactly? I mean, it could be the third one, but I don't. This just It, like I said, it probably is the third one, but it just kind of annoys me that we don't know much about what happened because the third Reed Miller saw the second one break into the governor's house. He caught the second Reed Miller. She saw him. They basically kind of fell in love. He let her go, and then he found her another time, and then they were kind of like, I guess you could say like a thing. Because cause the person who tells that story is Tolfin, which is the bar dude that we saw earlier near the Daily Commission or near Catherine. Um, yeah. So you talk to him, and he starts mentioning that stuff about the third Reed Miller, but he didn't go like too much into it. Because then after he says that that when the second one left mysteriously, which we know what happens. I'll get into that after. Uh, then he took up the mantle and like finished kind of like her doing, and then he was the one that created like all these stories of like the first Reed Miller and the second Reed Miller, and then him himself. But the way he wrote the stories was like if it was all one single person. He didn't separate it. So he combined all stories into one, and then he kind of made it sound like he was like a shapeshifter or a phantom of the night and all this other stuff. So it was because of him. It was the third one. And then the ones after him, we don't know. We don't know how many. And we don't know who took up mantles of Reed Miller. So. But, actually, let me go to the point. Yeah, I don't know who wrote. I know this was definitely one of these people who was involved with, this whole, Elysian thing. So like I said before, Reed Miller, the first one, the second Reed Miller, even though she wasn't Reed Miller at the time, she was the sister of the Moonchanter. This dude, his minion, probably someone in the experiment thing that could have also been involved. So I don't know. I'm not sure. But that's interesting though. Right there. That's interesting. I don't know who this Exalted Saint is. And also, who is hold on. Who is Dawn's Navigator? Dawn's Navigator. Okay, you see, this is hold on. Because this is also another thing. I know with the Scion's quote unquote history of Reed Miller, they was saying that he was traveling and doing stuff with the third Descender. So he was kind of like his guide, I guess. But I really don't know if that's who it is. Because let's say if Dawn Navigator is the third Descender, because usually, I know I say this all the time, but it makes sense. That's why I keep on saying it. Dawn related stuff, sun, anything like that, eclipse. Well, not really eclipse. Well, I mean, we'll get into that later. But sun related stuff is usually Descenders. And then Moons is kind of like the counterpart of the Descenders, which I call Ascender. I don't know if that's entirely true, but that's just what I classify them for now because we don't know much. So let's just say if Dawn's Navigator is Reed Miller, I mean not Reed Miller, is the third Descender, then the Exalted Saint can't be the first Reed Miller because it says right there. Perhaps you're not able to journey to the home planet of the Exalted Saint. So it can't be that. And I don't think the Exalted Saint is the third Descender either. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong. It could be the third Descender. And then Dawn's Navigator could be the first Reed Miller. Because, you know, this whole thing about Elysium and basically kind of like the promised land would be like a Dawn related thing, sort of. So maybe Dawn's Navigator could be Reed Miller, and Exalted Saint could be um, the third Descender. But I don't know. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. Oh, and as far as the tower that they tried to build to reach the heavens, this was it. That was the tower. And when the second Reed Miller disappeared, she went inside of this. And the reason she went inside of this is because Reed Miller told her that this dude was gonna wake up again. And when he wakes up, she needs to be here waiting for the hero, which ends up being the traveler. Which I don't even know how the hell Reed Miller knew that. But anyways, that's a different subject. But Reed Miller told her to wait here and wait for the hero to come and defeat this permanently. Because the first time they fought this was the Tsar, and it was Chernobog. That's why I'm not entirely sure if this is. Anyways, I'm not gonna go through all that again. It probably is connected, but not a direct like you know, like the thing that I was saying earlier, which that's also not 100% confirmed, but I think it could work like that. Like the thing with Sarah merging with the creator. I don't know if it could be like that or they just one and the same. But they don't have like a distinct actual like physical or conscious connection or something like that. But anyway, the first one was defeated. Then the second one, they fought, and these guys wanted to kill it. Dumb and the Lightkeeper, but Reed Miller, he didn't. Because then Reed Miller found out, which again I don't know how, but he found out that if this dies, it wouldn't matter because this is going to be resurrected again. So fight it to defeat it for now and put it into like some type of sleep, but don't try to fight it to kill it entirely. Is basically what Reed Miller say. Not exactly like that, but sort of like that. Because he needed this girl to be inside of here, which is the second Reed Miller, and wait for the hero, which again, Traveler. Then Traveler came, uh, started talking with her. Oh, also Aluga was there. Um, yeah, he was also there. Oh, there's also, well, I get to that after, but it revealed some stuff about him also. Not too much, but something very important. But anyways, then they finish talking with her, and then she says that the third time that you guys fight it and you defeat it, it will basically be dead, like actually forever. Like it will never come back. So then that's when the Traveler and Aluga went over there. Then we started doing some like pillar stuff, and Bjorn died, which was one of the light keepers. It was sad, but yeah, he died. Then this thing started mocking him because it was an eye inside of it, but since I already beat it, it's not there. But then this thing started mocking him, and then he went in by himself to fight. And then the Traveler and the two other Lightkeepers joined him after. And then they defeated the thing that was in the inside, so that's why the eye is disappeared. And then at the core of it, that was keeping it alive, was actually it's not exactly it, because the sword, you know, is gone. But it was this dude's sword. It was this dude's weapon, because he's the leader of the Lightkeepers. Alright, I think he's the leader. This should be the leader of the Lightkeepers. Or the founder, not leader. The founder. But anyways, you get his sword, and then you put the sword inside of this thing, and then it travels all the way up, and it goes. Can I see it from up here? Oh yeah, you can. It goes into that, and then that's the quote-unquote arrow used to defeat the abyss. That's the last quote-unquote arrow. Because, oh, I remember, this doesn't fully die. It does get defeated, but then it disappears, and then it goes here. And when it goes here, the girl inside of it is fighting it and keeping it at bay. So we can return here with the arrow, and then put it in there, and then we shoot that at that, and then we destroy Rotwang, and then it's dead like forever. And then she also disappears because now she like fulfilled her duty, so she no longer lives, unfortunately. But yeah, it was really really good. I liked it a lot, and there was so much stuff that I honestly did not expect, like the multiple identities of Reed Miller. Even the Moon Chant, well, not the Moon Chanter, the sister of the Moon Chanter, being Reed Miller. Um, that was a surprise, and it also makes sense because when you, oh my god, when you meet her for the first time inside of that, um, and you look at her outfit, she has the treasure hoarder symbol on her outfit, but I didn't really think anything. I didn't really think anything about it because I thought she was just involved, which technically, yeah, she is. But I didn't think she was like Brayden Miller. I thought she was just within the group trying to create this uh uh Elysian thing. But she ended up being the second Reed Miller. when she saw the first one get executed. But so yeah, um, that reminds me because when you also talk to Tolflin, which again I don't, or Tolfin, whatever it is, which again I don't know why the hell he's just not there. It's kind of stupid. You can only talk to him one time and disappear, but whatever. Anyways, um, yeah. So when he also mentions the third Reed Miller, he comes on. He says that he was the adopted son of the governor of not crime. But there's two interesting things that he said while he was saying that stuff. He came out and he also said that oh my god, dude, Jesus Christ. He also came out and said that even though he was an illegitimate son, some people did think that he actually was the legitimate son of the governor. So for them to come out with a story of saying he's illegitimate or quote unquote adopted, he didn't understand why. That was one of the things he said, which made me think. And then he also came out and said that um what was the other thing? Oh, that the governor was a fae. That was also interesting because this this brings out a lot of questions. Because the Hyperboreans were doing the sample mill device, creating descender like beings. Oh, and they also mentioned, I forgot who mentioned it. I know it was in one of these quests. I think it was in maybe this one, or maybe this one. It could also be Reed Miller thing. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember. But and it was in one of those quests, which I'm glad they said this also because I was also seeing a lot of people, which they mentioned this before, and people just I don't know, they just got like amnesia or something. But um, they also mentioned that the sample mill device wasn't only for uh creating descender like beings who could challenge the world. It was also used to record stuff and put information in. So it was like their own little like Irminsul tree. And I'm so glad they said that because I know they mentioned it in books before and a little it was hinted at a little bit like over here. Like at the somewhere over here. And one of these quests also, I don't remember. Maybe the one that's inside when you talk to the moon chanter. But anyways, oh god, dude. I'm really starting to feel that my body's like falling apart. I'm sorry. But but yeah, so I wonder if um where was I even going with this? I got distracted talking about my body falling apart. um oh, about the sample mill. Yeah, because they hinted at stuff like that um being used as like some like mini like Irminsul type of thing. And then like recently, well not that recent, but like weeks old recent, I was seeing more people comment saying that the sample mill wasn't intended for that, and they never did any such thing like that. It was only used for creations of like descender like people, and then those people also ascending to like moon authority. So in these quests like around this area, when it mentions the sample mill again, it also states from lines in the game by characters themselves that comes out and say that the sample mill device was also used for like recording and like memory data and all this other stuff. Basically, again, like Irminsul. So, oh, and they also, which it was one of these people, like Rot Wang or one of his minions. They were also when they were trying to steal stuff about the sample mill, they were also trying to do kind of like a when you die, your consciousness goes inside of it, and then the next following person could like rebuild you from the sample mill. They were also trying to do that, but the sample mill doesn't do that itself. I'm saying that's what the what Rao Wang and the other dude was trying to do when they were trying to steal information about the sample mill itself. But yeah, oh yeah, this was also pretty good. You also trap an eye in here also, which that's also connected to that. But I don't know who exactly it was though, because you fight one there, then you not really like physically fight, but you do fight against it, and then it travels here, and then that's when you use the arrow, which ended up being this guy's sword. You use the arrow and then shoot it at that, and then it dies. And then the other one is down there, and the one you fight in there is this dude's like little minion, which I forgot his name. It started with an M. But yeah. So I'm not sure. I don't know if this one is the girl that was also down here. Because the girl stood down there, basically like kind of like forever. So I don't know if she got corrupted herself and she died. And then the minion and this dude used her body within the abyss or consciousness within the abyss. And then became like over here to fight. I'm not entirely sure. That wasn't mentioned in the quest, so I really don't know. But oh, I wanted to, dude, I completely forgot. I was supposed to show the thing with the wolf.
Full throttle.
No. Yeah, because you gotta around this area, like here, you gotta save a wolf, and then you save another one, and then the third one you have to go to the little lighthouse, and you have to wait till midnight, and then you follow the wolf, and then when you follow the wolf, it leads all the way over here, and then that's how you get these 3 marks. It lights up. And then this appears, and then you follow that, and then it ends all the way over here. Which, that was the thing that I was showing earlier. With the wolf dude. Or the wolf, not the wolf dude. Or the spirit of the wolf. Oh, maybe it could be Roland. Maybe it's not that wolf pup dude in the weapons description. Maybe it could be Roland. Because Roland was basically just running around killing everything in sight. Well, reasonable stuff in sight. He wasn't killing innocent people. That would be crazy. Maybe he's the Bloodstained Knight. Lord Roland. Actually, you know what? Let me go to the Lightkeeper house. I'm still trying to figure out where the hell is this dude. The one that you could buy stuff yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Roland is 100% the Bloodstained Knight. Oh yeah. Yeah, because there was also, hold on. There should be, let's see. There should be another letter here somewhere, right? Does this mention let me see. Yeah, this 100% Bloodstained Knight is Roland. Uh, hmm. Well, the guy with the
Grab
stuff
the
that you could
engines.
buy, it's not over here. I don't know where the hell that guy is. But now I'm trying to remember the pattern. Yeah, 100% Bloodstained Knight, Lord Roland. I'm trying to remember the pattern when I interacted with the wolf. Because it came here, and it came here, and then, where did it go? Did it go straight, or did it curve? Because I could kind of tell where the letters are, where he went. Because everywhere he went, he stopped, and when he stopped, there was a letter that you could read, which is the stuff that I was reading right there. Maybe that's it. Okay. Maybe he did just go all the way. I'm trying to see if there was anything about them finding out about the what you call it, the truth about Conria. I don't know if it was in one of these random little letters, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was somewhere else. Yeah, that might be it. Actually, you know what? Let me see. Even though this leads to where the wolf thing is, the spirit wolf. Oh, I just realized, was there a letter up there? I think it might be only the sword. I don't know if there's a letter up there. Is that a treasure? No, it's not a treasure. Yeah, it's only the sword. Alright, well, speaking of letters, there actually are some down there. Yeah, after you pick up all the coins. Oh, I forgot to show you. Yeah, after you pick up all the coins, that's the real, I guess you could say, quote unquote, treasure, which is the ship where the first dude, the first Reed Miller came, and he planted the coin over here with um oh, I don't know what he is to him. Is he a, I don't know if he's a sibling or a best friend, but I think his name was uh Ray Rayleigh, I think. It was a blonde dude. And yeah, this is the ship that they came in. But I don't even know how the hell this even got here and buried. Brahi. That's the that's the that's the third Reed Miller. That's his real name. Oh God, dude. Bro, I'm so sorry. My body. I just. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, before I even read this whole thing, um, that's what I wanted to mention. Now that I see his name again, um, because from the the Hyperboreans and Frostmoussion, from their like history, that the sample mill created a boy first, and they disregarded him because they wanted a woman to become the Moonchanter and not a man. And the man was half Shaznayan and half Scion. So he wasn't full blooded Scion. So they were also mad about that. And then supposedly that boy that was born became Reed Miller. So who the hell is that boy? And did that really happen? I don't think they will lie about that. They seem, well, back then, during Hyperborean type of times, and after that, well, a little after that, not completely after that, because Llama's different from before, from the other chanters. But anyways, yeah, I don't think they will lie about a man being born and being disregarded. And then the others that was born after was all women, and Llama was actually one of them, but she rejected it because she thought she should be um kind of like the person to lead everyone to the Mood Chanter, which is kind of what she was doing in the beginning of Not Cry. But yeah, so she rejected a Moon Chanter position. But anyways, so I wonder exactly who that boy is. Is it actually Reed Miller, and it ended up being this dude, the third one, and that's why he's called an illegitimate son, or they say he's adopted. But if he is actually the one born from the sample mill device, then like what what happened? Because he don't really sound like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. Like a descender like person, I guess. Neither does Llama, but at least she has like, abilities, and she's pretty strong. Like her silver blood is able to heal people. Like that's like insanely powerful. Even though it's on the on the I'm trying to think of the phrase. On the on Well, I can't think of it. But on the life of Llama, since Llama has to like cut herself and kind of like drain her blood to heal people, because she also did that in one of the beginning quests in Not Cry. That's how she was healing that little girl with her own blood. But like, I don't know, this dude, if he is the third, well, if the third Reed Miller, which is him, if he is the one born out of the sample mill device, or is he just unknown for now? No one knows what the hell happened to him. Or maybe they made it up, which I don't think that's the case. If they did make it up, maybe it will probably be probably like one of the scions helping him, especially the one that was involved with this whole uh the whole Elysium stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know. But now that we know like a little more stuff, let me reread this stuff because I didn't really think too much of some of the stuff. I mean, some of the stuff was pretty important, but now that we know more, it's better that I reread it now. So he gave them a title of Weasel Thieves. Okay, that. Yeah, that's the name. Bro, I'm dumb. I don't know how. Because there's one that's ALIA, that's just like that, and then the other sister, it's AILA. So the I and the O is like flipped. So one sister is like that, and then the other sister it's AILA. Those are the twins, and one of them was Moonchanter, and then the other one was working with these guys, and then became second Reed Miller. Oh, this is the one inside the pillar of Mbala. So this is the one who became the the second Reed Miller. Alia. So I think this one's Alia and the other one is Alia. Maybe. I'm dumb, dude. Oh, now that I actually before I even say that, maybe it should say it in the book in one of these things because Wagtail and the Reed Miller fairy tale thing, it was explained who Wagtail is, and it's not Alice, thank God. Because I know well, I a little bit thought it was Alice because I thought Wagtail were referred to as Doroko because their tails wag when they're in Doroko form. But yeah, thank God it's not because so many stuff will be like so confusing and it wouldn't make any sense. And that will mess up my theory about Alice. Because I think she's still married to Vedofonier, and that's Klee's father. Okay. Um. So if this is the one from the sample mill device, is that his like is that his what you call it, like his ability, like his special thing to hide stuff? Basically, be like a liar and a thief. That's his special ability, to be a liar and a thief. That's funny. That's the Rotwang. That's the eye dude, and he was like the evil guy around here. They might say his little minion, but I don't think it's here. It might be at the experiment place. Oh, that first name, a Revelian of a Avrelian, yeah, Avrelian. That's the first Reed Miller. That's the first Reed Miller. Sylvester. I don't know who that is. That wasn't the person. Actually, maybe he was the one that came with the blonde dude, and it wasn't Reed Miller. Maybe it was Sylvester who came with the blonde guy and buried the coin. Hmm. Well, you see, okay, this right here also makes me think what the hell he was. So maybe he is the one from the sample mill. Because it says actually forget humans. But to be fair, he could be human just saying that also, but I don't know. But him just saying forget humans, what normal Fade, Jin, Sealy, Spectre. That's interesting, Spectre. How we haven't seen any Spectres. I know someone called Paimon a Spectre, but she isn't a Spectre. We don't know what the hell she is. Paimon's Paimon. So But anybody else? We haven't seen a Spectre yet. Lock Folk, which I believe that's the stuff in Romero, and Phantasm. Uh, that I'm not sure. That one I'm not sure about. Possibly we've seen a Phantasm. I'm not entirely sure. That one I don't remember. But the Spectre we never seen before, or at least I don't think we've seen it before. Because I, I that one I would have remembered. Oh yeah, this is good that this is mentioned also because this confirms that place in Romero, well, the one above it was, which if it's above it, then Romero was also there. But anyways, that place was around Hyperborea time, so we know the exact time frame when they were established. Also, well, maybe they were established before and they were still living out, but we know that they were alive Hyperborean time is what I'm getting at. So that's also good to know. See, that's also another thing with uh uh Avrelian or Avrelian. Dude, my brain. Avrelian. Um, for him to do this in order, which it could just be anything normal, but in the context of Aaliyah being in the pillar of Imbala, waiting for the third hero because Reed Miller told her, is did this guy, when he was in the experiments, did he like what you call it? Did he like um like make himself a descender like person for him to have these, I don't know, like foresee the future to a certain extent or something, like, or is he the one from the sample mode device, which I don't even know how. Well, they did say father was Cessnian and mother was Scion, so I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. He actually probably could be the Reed Miller from the sample device. Yeah, I don't know. This is like little stuff like we just don't know. It's left unsolved for now. I wonder if all those lore videos that I haven't seen, they probably figured it out already, or maybe not. Because the ones that I did see was all the stuff about the AI thing, which we'll get to that. And then some of the other ones that I didn't see was also related to the AI thing. So I think that's just everyone's thing right now. It's just their thoughts on this heavily principles being AI. So I don't know. I don't know if anyone got to any of stuff like this yet. Oh yeah, terrifying, gloomy sister. Oh yeah, they also what you call it? They also mentioned something about going to see the sister, but the sister refused to see this Reed Miller. But it might be in one of the other notes. I don't know if it's in this one. Oh my god. Ay, ay, ay. Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, he talks about this was like the start of people claiming to be Reed Miller and doing like crazy shit. And then yeah, the Eye of Karate, and then he killed everyone. Yeah, because then it says I send the bandits who committed atrocities in the name of Reed Miller and oppress the laboring poor to the Eye of Karate, where they'll sleep with the fishes for good. In fact, I have already done so. Jeez. What the hell? Server reset? Oh yeah, it did. How many do I got? All right. Oh, I think this is the one when somebody found the treasure when he first made it. Oh yeah, it says it right there. I never imagined that someone would find the treasure vault just 3 weeks after I set it up. Yeah, and he recognized the person. Well, yeah, I still wonder who the hell was the Grandmaster back then. I literally have no clue. I don't know who the hell it is. It's kind of driving me crazy. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the thing about Conria? I thought it was the. Well, let me just keep on reading before I even say anything. Yeah, because he faked his death. Yeah. Yeah, that's also. Actually, this might be the one about Conria. Actually, I see Conria right there. That was skimming through the other ones. But I'll fully read it after. Yeah, I thought it was someone in the Knights of Favonius. Yeah, I think it was actually a Cesnaya dude that found out the truth. But it was as if it was as if he hadn't used human speech in ages. So what the hell? That's interesting right there. So what the hell was he doing this whole time that he was pronounced quote unquote dead? Where was he? He wasn't speaking in human speech. I don't know. I don't understand it. Maybe because I was theorizing about that stuff before, which I'm not gonna get deep into that because yeah, I'm gonna be completely thrown off and I'm gonna forget what I'm talking about. But the stuff with Piero watching Renova destroy everything, like how exactly, like not how do I explain it? I don't want to make it too confusing because Conrians can't die; they're cursed with immortality, but they like basically rot from within, right? And then the non-native Conrians turn into the Hilly Churls. So, which I don't understand. I don't know why they didn't just kill them. Which sounds more harsher, but I mean, these heavily principles have slaughtered other nations before. They completely wiped out dead. So why them differently? Anyways, like I said, I'm not gonna. That's a whole nother thing. But when she was destroying everything and everything was getting sucked up into like some sort of like void in her hand, did he also get sucked into the void, or did everything else destroyed around him besides the place he was standing at? So, like, what exactly happened during that specific time? Like, because he didn't move. And I guarantee you, if the ground ripping, like, right in front of him, he still wouldn't move. Because he had no fear. So, would he have just get sucked into the void also? And if he did, where did he go? How did he escape? Where he went to when he did escape? There's just like, I don't know, there's just like so much stuff. And let's just say that he didn't get sucked into the void, which that could be possible. That he was just standing there and everything was destroyed but the ground he was standing on, right? Then what happened after that? Where did he go to? Who did he meet? Did he meet other people? Did he meet the sinners? Did his brother? Because I'm pretty sure Haroptatir is his brother. But we could be wrong about that. We just gotta wait and see. But did Haroptatir come back for the Jester? If that is his brother? Or like, I don't know. Like, what happened after that also? There's just, I don't know, there's just like too many like loose ends. Oh, speaking of loose ends, so I completely forgot to mention this earlier. Um, when I was talking about the leak, well, quote unquote leaks that I saw about Cesnaya, Sarista taking Pyronosis, which I don't know about that. I also saw that Cesnaya would be the end of Genshin Impact. And then the next chapter after Cesnaya will basically be like Genshin Impact 2. So kind of like with Honka Impact, the ending of that one went into Honka Impact 2. But this still it still like resonates and still connected to the first one. So that I'm not entirely sure of either. I kind of doubt that because that really wouldn't make any sense. Because let's just think, if the leaks are true, right? Which I don't think they are, but let's just say hypothetically if they are true, Marjavara does appear, everything is finished. The end of Cesnaya is the end. So with Marjavara now back in the timeline, I guess, if you want to put it like that, is that gonna be the new Conria because of what the Traveler, I mean not the Traveler, what the sibling did with the Atlas thing that he had in his hand? He broke the Atlas and then basically tried to remake Conria. And then most likely Dansliff went with him because his memories are probably like the purest. And then they try to like reestablish everything. So with Genshin Impact 2, do we start in new quote unquote Conria, which is rebuilt quote unquote Marjavara from the siblings Atlas device? I don't know. I mean, possibly, but the problem is if the ending of Cesnaya, the Sarista succeeds in whatever, which maybe she won't in some stuff, and other stuff maybe she will. Like her getting the Gnosis, all of them, she will succeed, I think. The resurrection of the third Descender. Um, half and half because I feel like it would work, but it's gonna go wrong, and he might be corrupted by the abyss, which I'll get to possibly the reason why later. Um, or maybe it just like won't work at all, and they will resurrect someone that's close to an exact replica of the third descender, but that replica is like corrupted or whatever. So I really don't know. I don't think the original third descender is gonna come back, but who the hell knows? Who knows? But yeah, so yeah, that's also another thing in the quote unquote leaks. But like I said, I kind of doubt that. I kind of doubt everything. Besides the thing about 7.0 being Cesnaya, because Dawei himself said 7.0 is this year and it's Cesnaya. He said that in a Q&A. So if it don't come out this year, oh my god, dude, can you imagine the riot that people would do? Jeez. Especially when Dawei confirmed it himself. Yeah, that will be wild. Alright, but anyway, let's finish reading this. Oh yeah, I was already here. Is the human speech thing. That he wasn't talking in human speech for a while. Which again, I don't even know where. Oh, that okay. That was my. That's where I was gonna go to before I start talking about the other stuff. I wonder that when he was in Conria, did he turn into a hilichurl, or did he get like sucked into like that destructive void, and then he was probably within the abyss, and then he had to be forced to speak hilichurl language, even though he was human form. So I'm not entirely sure. I really don't know. But it would be messed up if he did turn into a hilichurl, because they were there fighting. So you basically tell the whole nations to come together with the Archons and their army, fight Conria. Conria is being defeated, but they're putting up a fight. And then Renova appears and destroys everyone, even the own people that came with the Archons. So they didn't go against the Heavenly Principles. They were working for the Heavenly Principles through the Archons. But then Renova would just like, ah, fuck it, we'll just kill everyone. Or we'll just curse everyone. And then even those soldiers who had nothing to do with Conria, but they were fighting on behalf of the Archons, which they were on behalf of the Heavenly Principles. So again, the army fighting through the Archon fighting through the Heavenly Principles, all of them is on the same side. So if they just cursed literally everyone who was there, then what the hell was the point of, battling for your Archon for the Heavenly Principles? And why curse them? I don't I don't know. Oh, hold on. Wait. Now that I just say that, I could be wrong about this. But this just, you know, spitballing some stuff. Oh my god, dude, this is driving me crazy. But let's just this is a hypothetical. Because we know there's a door in Sumeru that was connected to the Eclipse dynasty Conria, right? So what if they knew about the war and they send the people that went there to live there or whatever, like non-native Conrians? What if they took them and all of them escaped through the Sumeru door or Sumeru door? And the only people in Conria that was fighting, or the only people who was in Conria, not only just fighting, probably like other people also, but the people that were in Conria were literally only Conrians, like native Conrians, that none of them were non-Conrians because all of them escaped through the Sumeru door. Now, with me saying that, if the thing that I said earlier about Renova cursing everyone there, it doesn't even matter if you were fighting even on the side of the Heavenly Principles, you still got cursed. And if they got cursed and turned into Hilly Charles, then I wonder why. But this is gonna sound a little crazy, but I wonder why. That's probably the reason why the Hilly Charles are, if you think about it, they're kind of coordinated. Like if they are like a military. So I wonder like if they were previous military people fighting against Conria, but then they got cursed because Heavenly Principles just stupid, and they cursed everyone, even the people fighting on the same side. They got cursed, and then that's probably why the Hilly Churls are just all over Tibet, basically trying to quote unquote go home. Or when you see random Hilly Churls sitting on cliffs or whatever, just looking at the view, maybe it's like subconsciously like the old them trying to like remember the good days or something like that. And like I said, they're, if you think about it, they are kind of coordinated. They kind of do move militant. So, but I don't. That's just kind of like some spitballing. I mean, I could be right, but I could be wrong. I really don't know. But like I said, that probably would explain their militant like tactics, even though it's not exactly like that because they are like kind of sloppy. But you know, just them being at certain specific spots, it's like it's like if that like that's something they would do if they were normal humans while they were in the military fighting against the Conrians. So, and that would, if you think about it, that will also explain their hatred for humanity because humanity turned their back on them because they were the ones fighting for humanity, but then they got cursed by the same people that they were fighting for. That's probably why they hate humanity and why they're considered an enemy against it. So, I don't know. Like I said, it was, just some hypotheticals and spitballing here, spitballing there, but I mean, it adds, it kind of adds up a little bit if you think about it. But but yeah, just some stuff. There's some interesting stuff that how my brain kind of works. But yeah, with him saying not using human speech, I wonder if it's because he turned into a hilichurl. So how he got unhilichurled, no clue. The only answer will be um damn, what's his name? Um Kaya's grandfather. I can't think of his name right now. It starts with a C. Wait, does his name start with a C or does his son start with a C? I know it's one of them. But anyways, yeah, maybe could be him. More than likely. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was him. I thought it was a Knights of Favonius. Whoops. You see, that's why it's important to reread stuff, especially once you're done with everything. Because now we can start connecting dots that either look like they should connect, which I kind of do that a lot, or they do connect, which sometimes I get stuff right, or just connecting dots that are just like don't even connect at all, but my brain just you know, like smashes puzzle pieces together and like force them to fit in a spot. So, uh, he simply felt there was something off about this place, suspected it was a slaver's camp. Huh. So, this might be a little bit of a stretch, but did he feel like Hyperborean presence? But I don't think he would really see that as like a slaver's camp. Or did he feel like the abyss presence because maybe he was connected to the abyss? But if it was the abyss that he was connected to and he felt that presence here, that's why he stormed the place. And the only person that was here was the third Reed Miller. And if he is born from the sample device, then I really don't even know where the hell that leads to. Why would the third Reed Miller's presence have like an abyss scent on him, if you want to put it like that? I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, that's when he made this plan more elaborate. Or made this whole entire plan about the story in Reed Miller and all this other stuff more elaborate. Oh yeah, yeah. This is when it mentions the second sister, but it's right at the end. She was the one that was the moon chanter. She was the first moon chanter because before that was archpriestess, which literally was the same thing, but the name was just different. That's it. But like their duties and the stuff that they're supposed to do, which is their duties, um, and who they lead and do all this other stuff. It's like the same exact thing. The only thing is just priestess, archpriestess, and moonchanter. That's literally it. Everything else was the same. Because the last archpriestess, which they basically called her like a traitor, um, it was the grandmother of the twins, Alia and Alia. Um, I probably should read this one first because that's number three, and then that's number four there. But before, when it was just coins here, it was only one, two, and four, and then the third one was hidden under the coins for whatever reason. Oh, and that's just some normal thing. That's just, oh, you could read that. It doesn't really say anything. It's just, oh, can I? Hello? Okay. Okay. Yeah, just some regular thing. It doesn't really say too much. This is when he starts coming up with lies to basically kind of like cover his tracks and make the Reed Miller thing last long, which it worked. It lasted all the way into a Descender came and solved it. So it worked as it intended to. I wonder if it mentions Wagtail in this. Or maybe it mentions Wagtail in the front entrance in one of the descriptions. Because you could re-interact with the treasure pieces. I'm not gonna go through every single one of them. I'm gonna just look for the one that mentions Wagtail. If it doesn't mention it in these last two notes. Oh, it mentions Wagtail here. Yeah, there we go. And it says the real identity also. Okay, so Wagtail, because it says it right there. I'll read the whole thing. Alright, that'll do. And lastly, I'll spin something about how the new Grand Duke, whatever, was effortlessly bested by the Master Thief's companion, a beauty known Wagtail. As long as it's written in a sufficiently dashing manner, I'm sure Miss Aaliyah wouldn't mind. So Aaliyah is Wagtail. It's not Alice. Because even though I have my suspicions. And it wouldn't make sense. And again, it will mess up my theory about about what you call it, about Alice and Verofenir. But yeah, it was let me see. It's one of these things. Oh yeah, right there. Right there. Meet Wagtail or quote unquote A. So when I saw the quote unquote A, it also reminded me of Alice because that's like her um like the nickname amongst the Hexen circles. Because she's A. Um the first mayor says Naya is J, which makes no sense because her name starts with an I. But whatever. Ryan Daughter is R. Barbaloff is B. Um, what is Oh, Nicole is N. Octavia is O. I'm trying to remember Anya or not Anya or Anya. Um, and there's daughter. Oh, is it M? I think it's M. So yeah. Anyways, when I saw that, I was kind of worried that it would be Alice. So I'm glad it's not Alice. I gotta find all these other books. I'll do that another time. And yeah, dude, that's not good. I only have the first one. Oh no, I gotta get all these other ones. Yeah, I'll do that another day. I'll make sure I have every single volume. You know, now that I see this also, um, I don't know too much because I saw it in a short video, which I don't know if they made uh uh like a full extended video expanding upon Columbina and like her time span of things. Maybe they did, but I don't even remember who it was. And I know it was one of the lore people that I watch. Anyways, I saw in a little short of them saying that Columbina's story in Not Cry makes sense, but her story before Not Cry doesn't make sense. Because how did she exist 500 years ago when the stuff happening during Not Cry is her past, present, and future? But the stuff happening before Not Cry, when she was alive 500 years ago, how does that work? And um, I mean, I kind of agree, but did she really exist in the sense of like how she exists now? If that makes sense. I don't know if that sounded confusing, but I don't know. It's just kind of interesting to think about. But yeah, maybe I should see if the person has a full video so I can see exactly what they're talking about. But I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Like it kind of makes sense, but then kind of don't because, like I just said, is it real existence in the sense of how she exists right now, like during Not Cry? But yeah, I mean, I really don't know. So I wonder, like, if he is right about that, right? How did she exist before? I wonder if she was, how do I explain it? Um, okay. Which, huh, I was also right about that because I was calling it during the Archon quest and I got it right. But anyways, that doesn't matter. Um, the reason why the Moon Marrows was still alive was because the moons itself was still alive also, like consciously. But the actual physical moons being destroyed, or the frost moon being just a husk with nothing, like no power within. But due to the literal moon goddesses themselves being alive in the prison, then that's how all the other stuff was still technically alive because they were alive. So maybe it was kind of something like that with Kalabina also. Like physically her body was here and her authority, like her real power, like yeah, like her authority was still in the prison. So the Kalabina that we saw or hear about before events of Nacry was just like a husk, not the real true Kanabina. Because it kind of worked the same way how the real moon goddesses were in prison, but the other stuff wasn't there, so they were quote unquote dead, but the Maros was still alive. So hopefully that makes sense. Maybe that's what happened with Kanabina. I could be wrong, but I mean, that's just kind of what I think right now. That's the only thing that like would make sense. But uh but yeah, that's kind of what I think if that is the case. But oh, now that I'm here, the first moon chanter Aelia. Yeah, you see? She was the first moon chanter. And then this sister was a part of the first treasure hoarder group with the first Reed Miller and Rod Wang and the other dudes. All right, let's. Yeah, what time is it? Oh, I'm still on a good pace. I'm alright. I don't even think anything is gonna be open and anything to do. But anyways, I don't want to go too late anyway. But I should rest. I also did want it to start earlier, just because the other days I didn't. I didn't even start at all. Because, well, I got busy, and then I was playing Genshin, and I was like semi multitasking. And what I mean by that is I was playing, watching stuff, and then I would stop, keep on watching, then I'll stop watching, play, and then I will do both again, and then I would stop, go eat something. So I was just like all over the place. And then I stopped playing, and then I was playing a little bit of Roblox with my sibling. And then I went back to Genshin. So dude, I was like all over the place. Like that's why it took me so long. I basically stood up from like the night into the midnight until like the crack of dawn, until like the sun was coming up. And honestly, all of this is not that long. It's long, but it's not that long. I was just all over the place. So, so yeah. But yeah. And the other days, I did say I wanted to do this on Sunday, so I didn't want to delay it anymore. Especially the stuff about the heavy principles. I guess, dude, I just do not believe it. Which we're gonna be getting into it after this, or a little bit after this. Oh, excuse me. Oh, speaking of lightkeepers being accustomed to departing with the dead, I also saw something with gravestones. Oh, she didn't even go to the dude's funeral. Well, she probably blamed him and the other people probably for her sister disappearing, or her sister's quote unquote death. So, I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. Tower to the north. That's exactly where, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, she had no reason to go to his funeral. I'll explain exactly why. Okay, I just remembered. Yeah, she didn't have to go to the funeral. Yeah, because it says the Tower of the North. I know exactly what that is referring to. Hmm. The moon chapter had no long of my coming and was aware of the Lightkeeper's affairs. I know exactly why she was aware. Yeah, I know exactly why she was aware. Okay. Before, what is the closest?
Try and stop me!
I'm not gonna read through all of them. I just want to show exactly what's what. See all this gold stuff? You can still read. So even though it's not in your inventory and it's here forever, because that's how you open the thing in the first place, you can still read all this stuff. So that's pretty cool. I like that. Um, yeah, and then this was yeah. This was probably written by the first Reed Miller, most likely. I just realized, what the hell is those things under Luming and above Farina? Why does it say like Sword 2? Oh, I'm stupid. It's the ability. Okay. Anywho, the two people who came over here, which now that I think about it, I think it was Sylvester and Rayla. I don't know if it was the first Reed Miller who came. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but I'm not entirely sure about that. Anyways, they came on the same boat that we see down there, which was the notes I was reading, and then they bury a treasure coin right here. And that treasure coin is... Oh, that's alright. I already did all that stuff. That treasure coin is... Damn, I have to feel like I gotta take a piss. But let me show you real quick. No, that's not it. Where is it? That one. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss. Like a bad one. Ay, ay, ay. Alrighty. Alright, let's read this thing real quick. Yeah, I don't even know. Hold on. Who the hell is that person? Or what does that even mean? Do, Deuce. No, no, hold on. What is this? Oh, Gold of God. That's what it means. It's Latin. Ah, interesting. Wait a minute. This is mentioned before. Mentioned in an item like the Oath-Sworn Eye, and lore identifying him as the powerful golden god that entities like Orobashi faced. What? Wait, isn't Orobashi that snake thing that Shogun killed? Let me. I'm gonna finish reading this and then I'm gonna look up who Orobashi is. Because I think that's exactly who it is. Hmm. Okay, now Orobashi's eye. Is it one of these things? What the hell is it? Oh, maybe it's an item that you pick up, but then you put it somewhere else, so you don't have it in your inventory. Oh, now that I see this, we're gonna get to this also. Because I think the reason why I says Naya probably had a Fatui before the Sarista is because of that right there. That card. That card has the Fatui symbol on it. And this girl with that card was the stuff connected to Rotwang, the first Reed Miller, uh, Alia, and all those other people. So this isn't like after all that stuff happened. This is during that stuff. Because this is the access card for that experiment place. Because she was one of the people in charge. But then she like changed her ways after Reed Miller suspiciously got inside. But now we know how he got inside because the first one was also a Cessnian like military person or whatever. So he was like involved with all this stuff, and he was also involved with the Tsar. I don't know in what capacity with the Tsar, but he was involved with all of that. So now it makes sense why Reed Miller left a note saying for her to meet him in the storage room, I think. Which I could also go find that letter. I know where it is. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Um, only other stuff is this. Um, oh, this. Did I mention it? Oh yeah, I did mention it before. Oh, when I was playing Arknights. That when you do the last quest with Barca, um, he basically kind of leaves like stuff in a cliffhanger, and they don't explain why they're over here researching stuff. But then you talk to this woman. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's this one. Yeah, this supposed to be gathering stuff around this area. Uh, yep. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So Varka asked them to keep on researching this area. He's still over there. And this stuff is with Aluga. Um, I don't think this part was connected with Aluga. I don't honestly. I don't remember that. But anyways, this. Yeah, these are fallen like you. Oh, yeah. Now that I think about it, that is new because I don't remember flowers. Does it say the same stuff? I think it does. I think it just says all the Lightkeepers' names. Besides that one without the flower. Because this dude obviously was connected to these. But he was the only one that was alive after the fight, and the fight is down there. I can show you after that also. So this dude is already alive, but he has his tombstone already set there, which makes me wonder if he's alive, and this is more than 100 years later. What the hell is he that he's still alive? Because he looks human. I just realized that. Anyways, before I start just going off on other stuff, uh, yeah, I don't. How is that dude alive? Because you meet him like over here. Hmm. All right. I don't know. Just keep on going. Oh, is this Bjorn? This might be Bjorn. Oh, now that I see him, we don't know that much. I don't think he's human. He could be human, but I doubt that. I don't know if he's a Fae either. They might be vampires. Ooh, maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's a vampire, and some of those dudes over there also. Well, over here. Maybe they're also vampires. Huh. But anyways, in his lantern, when he releases the bird called Aiden, Aiden was actually the first nightingale bird that was connected to the first lightkeeper, which is Solaleave, I think that's how you pronounce it. But yeah, his bird was also the same bird for the first lightkeeper, which that was pretty cool. That was revealed um doing this. Oh yeah, this is Bjorn. I didn't even know this was a thing. I'm glad I came over here. Oh yeah, that's also another thing. Um, there's a phrase about winter uh, Icelia or Icelia. And that phrase is like a lightkeeper phrase. And the girl, well, she's not up there no more. But when she was up there, which is the second Reed Miller, she mentioned the phrase to Eluga, but Eluga didn't know it because he never heard of it before. And then she told him the phrase, and then some of the lightkeepers during the fight with the Eye, Rotwang, um, they speak about the phrase of winter uh I Lycia. Dude, my brain. You know, it's right there. That. Good God, I'm so dumb. I'm just blaming the sickness. But anyways, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, Bjorn. That's pretty cool. Because they did say they was gonna bury him, but then when I checked after I beat all the quests, I didn't see anything new. So that's pretty cool. But anyways, I'm not sure about these two, but I know these down here is connected to this. Oops. Yeah, connected to this area. Because you come here for the first time and then you see the phantoms fighting like the wild hunt. And then after you beat them, they're like finally like they're able to like rest. And then yeah, these are just some of the letters. And there's like some other little stuff that you also gotta fight. Uh, like some more letters around here somewhere. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. Just going this way. Yeah, yeah, leads here and then goes around. Oh, I think here is.
Full throttle.
This is the seal area, right? Yeah. Once you have all three seals, you can open this. But yeah, that's basically it. And in this place, Yeah, this place was creepy. Oh, also, when you start it, you only play as a traveler, and before you go through the doors to keep on going, this robot tells you to leave your weapons here. So once you do that, and then you keep on going, and it's basically like a horror game. You can't even fight. I mean, there's like little stuff um that you can like pick up and throw at enemies, but other than that, there's nothing else. You can't physically fight. Um, Wait, is this? Yeah, this is it. This is the way to the vault. Yeah, you pick up stuff like this. Yeah, because the letter is here. Yeah. Those tool room. Those storage. And then mm, I don't know if it's on the wait, wrong way. I don't know if it's that side over there or
Try and stop me.
I have to go to a different floor. This might not be it. Yeah, it's just something else. No, that's something else. That's not. Oh, this is children. These are basically the experiments. With dude, this is so messed up. I thought. Well, let me summarize this and then I'll explain. But these are the children that was within this place, and they were doing experiments on them. And the czar didn't know about this, and they lied to the children, saying that uh Grazina knew about this, and they're playing like hide and seek basically. Actually, hide and seek might be another letter that basically talks about this also. So it's like a continuation. But yeah. Oh, and then Morozov, he's the one that's connected to Rotway. He's like the little minion, you could say, or second in command. Bro, I genuinely do not want to go through all this stuff. I might have to. I just want to see where the letter is. Oh no, it's not a letter. It's a voice recording, right? Yup. This is what it is. This is the conversation between the woman and Reed Miller. Yeah, that's the conversation. And I'm pretty sure, which, dude, this is gonna sound crazy and harsh, but I think all the, like, oh, this is stuff connected to, that girl. Yeah. Yeah, because she's, like, using this to communicate with, other people. And mostly it's, um, Mozarov. He's the one that uses it the most. I. Oh yeah, there's that one. It's the same thing. Yeah, these things just bug out. Oh, whoops. But what was I even going with this? Oh yeah, you could also peek in. Oh well, only one time. You peek in and then there's just like a shadow that like bounces from like wall to wall.
Full throttle.
But yeah, the the stuff that you fight in here, I think that's basically the stuff of what came from the children. So like at the end of the day, the experiments, the children ended up being the monsters, which is sad. But that's Genshin. They're starting to get dark. I mean, they've always gotten semi dark, but a lot of the stuff lately is like really dark, which is good. I feel like they need to keep some of that stuff into the future, especially going into Cesnaya. Yeah, this I don't know if this is the doctor was also involved with this because this is the only time I ever mentioned something about Sumeru or Sumeru. So I'm not sure, and if it is the doctor, who were the other people? Because they scholars, so it's more than one. But realistically, he probably killed them. Or those scholars also turned into a monster. Maybe all of them, or maybe all of them besides the doctor. If the doctor was here, which most likely he was. Because he was mentioning stuff about uh, uh, Elysium and comparing himself to like a thief. Like in the way that Reed Miller would be compared as a thief. So that's why I still had the theory about him being Reed Miller, which I don't know. He definitely wasn't the first three. I could say that. But since there were so many, I mean, it's possible. Especially that he had so many different segments, also. So who really knows? Who really knows? But yeah, this was pretty interesting. Oh yeah, this where Reed Miller came here and then freed the kids. Or the children who was alive. He freed them. Oh, that's I forgot to mention that. Which I'll go to it after this because I'll show you the place. I won't go inside because yeah, that'll be too much. And knowing me, I'll probably start rambling about other stuff. And I want to go with this heavily principles thing because I don't know how long it's gonna take. But anyways, that old hunter, that's what you call it? That's this girl. That's not girl, the guy. That's the first lightkeeper. He was uh friends with the priestess, And then he also did the deal with the first Moon Chapter, which was the other twin. Because he got, I believe he got the arrow twice, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember what the deal was in each time, but I know he got arrows, or quote unquote arrows, because maybe there were swords, like the one from the mission that you shoot out of the cannon. Um, and I know they also gave him stuff with like the lanterns. Oh, I just realized stuff with the lantern. I wonder if they gave him Aiden, since Aiden was originally with the first Lightkeeper before Iluga, and then after the Lightkeeper died, I don't know if it went to anyone else besides Iluga. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But eventually, Iluga had it. So I wonder if it was maybe the Moon Chanter or maybe the Priestess who gave that to him. Because I know he met both. And I think he also got stuff from both, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, yeah. Oh my god. Oh, now that I see that name again. I thought one of the Doctor's segments was either Rotwang or um um Morzanoff or whatever. What the hell is it again? Yeah, Morozov. Dude, my brain. Um, anyways, I thought he was like one of them, like one of the segments, but since they both turn into abyss like creatures, I don't think that's the case anymore. So that wouldn't make any sense. Oh, oh, so some of the staff people was also uh turned into abyss stuff because it says as time went on, fewer and fewer names appeared, but they were also being corrupted. Or maybe, which that would be pretty funny, if somehow they put these people's consciousness in these machines. That would be crazy though. Imagine.
Stop me!
Alright, and then let's just go to the last place. Oh wait, can I go inside or
Full throttle!
can I? Oh yeah, I can. But yeah, then you appear here, you start a conversation, he thinks you're Rotwang, then he realizes you're not, but then he realizes that you're powerful and a descender-like being. How he figured that, I have no goddamn clue. Who the hell knows? But anyways, obviously you reject it and then you fight him and then you destroy the eye. So, yeah. Yeah, and then this basically says that she stood here for like the rest of her time. Because she stood here out of guilt for not stopping with Rotwang and Morozov were doing. So yeah, it's just basically all it. It was pretty good. It was really good. Let me go to this real quick. Oh yeah, this. Yeah, this. This is that machine thing that they were talking about from the north, or building, or whatever it was. This is the thing on the north that Reed Miller was talking about. You know, now that I see this, and when Dottore brings those pillars, it kind of looks the same. You know what it also looks like? It also looks like Jean-Louis pillars.
Sure.
It also looks like this. But just where like the shape right there with the X going through it, it would just be like the moon symbol, like the Torres. But it looks like exactly the same. Even how it emits like energy on the bottom, and even how it flows through the whole pillar. It's just the color and the shape, because it has the moon. Now that I'm also here, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Because I know people have the wings. But I wonder if you have the wings when you get Kalmabina, or you do all of the Chronicles, because I still haven't done all of them, which is ridiculous. But now that I know it's weekly, then I'll be doing them weekly. So stupid. It should be an everyday thing. But anyways, that doesn't matter. So yeah, I wonder how exactly do you get the wings? Maybe you do have to beat the Chronicles, and maybe wings appear. Speaking of wings, why exactly does she even have wings on her
Where to?
statue anyway? Well, obviously mine doesn't, but I know other people has the wings on already. But yeah, like, why does she have wings? Why is her whole thing with wings? Yeah, wings up here also. Her burst wings comes out. She's a moon goddess. Is somehow moons related to angels? Somehow, I don't know exactly how, but or were they considered first angels before famed quote unquote angels? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's pretty interesting. A lot of interesting stuff. Even Venti, him having wings, which I'm not sure what to think about that. I'm, dude, Venti is insanely complicated, dude. He's very hard to try to figure out. Like, really hard. Actually, you know what? Let's go to Mondstadt. Yeah, dude, I don't understand that. I don't know what to think of this guy, bro. Because even that in the middle, like, does that Was it supposed to be a sun or a moon or just some symbol? Alright, can I slip? Oh, there we go. But yeah, dude, I don't know. Alright, but before I do that, who is Orobashi? Yeah, Orobashi is the snake. She kills. Wait a minute, hold on. Um, mention an item in the description and lore identifying as powerful gods that Orobashi faced. I'm gonna look more into that. Cause how the hell? So when Orobashi was protecting Economia, was Zhongli the reason it went under the water? Is that what happened? Who the hell sent it under the water? Oh, it says that he fought him during the Archon War, but was defeated and he fled into the Dark Sea. Oh, so this is after it fell into Economia. So who the hell put probably the shades? Maybe Venti himself. I got no clue. Yeah, I'll see. I'll look into that stuff later. But but yeah. Now with all this heavily principles crap, let's see what's what. Whoops. Let me read this sword real quick. Wrong one. Let me see. Let me see if this says anything. Oh, when I was rewatching some stuff, like the Skirk trailer with her descending into Tibet. The way I think the the universe works, I think I might be right because it shows her like in the space of like chaos where everything is red, which red means like chaos. And I also think it's pure um okay. This is probably gonna get a little confusing and I'll get more into it later if I remember. I mean I should remember, but so I think I know I spoke about this stuff before, but I think blue is like pure raw power, but in the sense of blue is like good power, like it can heal and uncorrupt stuff and whatever. And then red is the raw power and it's chaos and uncontrollable and it could corrupt everything. And then the abyss itself, like the purple stuff, I think that is a mixture of the good and the bad. Because blue and red obviously mix purple. So I think that's where the abyss comes from. From pure, probably like Nubelong power, possibly. or Descender or First Descender power, which I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about that also still. I I I I really think that's New Belong's pure good raw power within those Celestia nails. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I just probably like a mental thing because I want stuff to be a certain way, but I don't think that's Fane's power. To be honest, I don't think Fane's really has any power, which that sounds crazy, but I'll get into the reason why after. So we're basically at the, like at the last, what you want to call it, like fight night. We're on the last fight, you know, heavyweight bout, the main event. I don't even know why I compare that to boxing, but yeah, now we're gonna really start getting into the heavily principles and AI and descenders and everything else. So yeah, anyways, that's just what I think. Because he really didn't create anything. He just took original stuff and just made it like a new version of it. He basically like updated it, and that's basically it. Like he didn't really do anything like new, if that makes sense. Because even when you go in the intro screen of this game and you first log in, actually, you know what? Let me do that real quick. But let me do it. Yeah, nah, I don't fall. Hopefully, I still stay here. But let me show you real quick. Let me claim this before I forget. Like, you see all this stuff? Honestly, I really don't know if this is connected to Celestia either. I don't know if this is just... Um, honestly, I really don't know what to think. I'm not sure about this place. Could be connected to Celestia, but I don't know. I don't think so. This might be connected to the stuff above the like the false universe. Oh, because that's what I was also gonna go with. And then I started talking about other things. But so in Skirk's trailer is like the red, pure chaos and destruction, right? And then it like opens, and then when it opens, she starts going in, and then it starts like closing, and then when it closes, it's like a bunch of. Actually, you know what it looks like? It looks like kind of like this. Just remove all the pillars and just clouds. It was like a whole bunch of just like clouds. And then in the middle of the clouds, it kind of looked like a tornado, if you want to call it that. And then she was going through the cloud tornado thing, and then through there, she was going into um like Tevet's sky, if that makes sense. So when we was sitting on the moon with Kalavina, Skirk was going through, she was piercing through through the clouds, which I didn't even see the clouds in there, but there might be a reason for that. I'm not gonna think about why right now. But anyways, there was that, and then through that, she was going into Tibet. like into literal Tibet, like Mondstadt, Liyue, and etc. etc. So I'm pretty sure I am right about Genshin being in a bubble universe, and there is people or person controlling that above, which I originally thought it was two people who represent sun and moon, which I don't know, might still be right. But then I was thinking about some other stuff. Eh, I don't, I don't know, because I know I mentioned this before, like a little bit. I didn't go into it a lot because I would have never done anything in Arknights. I still would have been in the beginning of the game. But I was mentioning that everyone is thinking about Thane's wrong because if he represents Lucifer, then we have to see Lucifer from both perspectives of what he's what he was doing, trying to do, all that stuff. His whole, I guess you could say, quote unquote, like religious stuff with like Gnosticism, and that's where you get Morax and all the other stuff. We'll go into a little bit of that. And then in the biblical sense of Lucifer. So we have to see where he came from, where he had the falling out and whatever, and then where he went to after that. And then he created this whole Morax and everything else. Or quote unquote created all that stuff. Again, we'll get into that stuff later. So I was looking at like at that perspective because like I said before many times, and I'll say it once again, Genshin tends to take real life, like mythologies, stories, religious stuff, anything, and then they basically put it in their game as like kind of like a source, and then they just go on from there and create their own stuff. They basically like Hoyofy the source, if that makes sense. Which is probably not the best example, but that's basically what they do. So I was thinking about it from that perspective. And through that, I was doing some, I'm not an expert, but I was doing some research on some other stuff, and I think I know what the Descenders represent and who they are. So, like I said, we'll be getting into that. But yeah. So this might be the place. This might be the border between the actual like end of like the bubble universe. I'm just gonna call it that for now. The bubble universe and that like little cloud thing that's like right there also that you have to go through when you're going into the bubble and you're descending into Tibet. So maybe this is where it is. This is the border like in between that. That's what I think. I could be wrong. But yeah, you see like some of these, well, they're like skinny. But you see the door like right in front of us? And then that skinny little pillar on the right side of it. That, if you look at it closely, it matches a celestial nail. It's just skinnier. Obviously, celestial nails are bigger. But like the shape of it, and even like the top part where you have like the flat part and then those gold things on the side. And if you look at a celestial nail, it's kind of the same thing. Look, watch, I'll show you. So, anyways, with me saying that, I wonder if the quote unquote celestial nails are actually from here, and then he's just using New Belong's power mixed into this, and then using this to destroy whatever civilization. Which I just realized I probably should have. Yeah, I should have spawned here, and then I go back to Venti. Because I don't want to climb all the way up to Dragon Spawn. That's too much. Am I stupid? Wait, what is that? Well, that's for that ore thing. Nah, you see? It basically looks the same. Especially the top part. But it's like broken. It's like cracked. And some of this design is also different. But like the whole concept of this looks exactly the same as the pillars near the door of when you go into Genshin and you're going into technically Tibet. And all this blue stuff, dude, I honestly might think it's two things. Either the ship's power, which is not the Heavenly Principles. I'll be getting into what I think it is. Or this could be like New Belong related power. Because since New Belong was here first, um, he basically created kind of like everything. And since the Heavenly Principles just takes old stuff and basically just like makes it new, then they would have done the same thing with this also. So that's what I think. Oh my god, dude. This thing is killing me. Okay, so alright, let's go back to the weapon because I want to see exactly if it connects to anything. And it probably should. Wait, did I skip it? Yeah, this is like Descender related talk. The world was their last and only hope. And his sword was drawn to defy the fate of destruction. Yeah, that's also interesting. I do have a theory about that. Because basically, if you kind of think about it, all gotcha games kind of have this mentality. Which I know before I was speaking about it, but I was only speaking about it through like Hoyoverse games. Because with Zenless Zone, with Carol Arna, she mentions something about salvation leads to destruction, and destruction leads to salvation. So I was thinking about that, and she's kind of right. Because, let's put it in Star Rail terms. That one was salvation to destruction. So many good stuff happened, and then bad stuff happened, and then really horrendous stuff was happening throughout the whole universe. You have these catastrophic wars, mechanical wars, both Rupert's, the freaking the Sworn disaster. There was like a whole bunch of crazy ass stuff. So then Nanook ascended to destruction. And now what he wants to do is destroy everything to start new. So he's using the mentality of destruction now for salvation later. And in this game, there's some instances of that. Like the Voyager comes, speaks to Nubalong. Nubalong doesn't leave. So that time period of him trying to figure stuff out is like, I guess you could say, quote unquote, salvation. Not exactly like that, but sort of like that. And then Fanes. And then Fanes changes everything. But he does it in a way he's not killing everyone yet. And then it works for some part. And then stuff starts changing. And then that's when he starts killing stuff. Him in the Shades. And then Nubalon comes back with the Abyss. And then, with him coming with the Abyss, it's destruction to salvation. So he's destroying everything to free his people. Because he probably thinks that the Voyager talking about destruction is coming to you to leave with her. He's probably thinking that destruction is things, which I think that might be the case, and I think he's right, which I'll get into that. But then that happens, and then the stuff with Hyperborea and Economia. So now it's just like they're just like destroying everything. And then a Cataclysm with Conria, and then that was like insane. And then now, basically, the whole planet is like considered like the Dark Sea, because now it's like we know nothing about. So I don't know if it's like consumed or because I know I've seen some stuff about they're like quote unquote like the losers of the Archon War, which could be true, but I don't know. I feel like there's more to that story than just that. But anyways, um yeah, all that stuff. So now it seems like destruction would lead to salvation because all that destruction now leads to the traveler. And now the traveler goes through all out Tibet, fix all these problems, do all this stuff. So they're basically becoming Tibet's salvation. And then at the end would probably be destruction again. But as far as what that is, I'm not entirely sure. Because I have a theory about them, like the siblings, like destroying Tibet and creating like the path space of what we know in Star Rail, which could be the case, but maybe since these guys are basically gonna become like the final salvation, if you want to put it like that, because I think that's what it is, and I'll get to the reason why. It's a little bit of a long story. But anyway, so since they're like the final quote unquote salvation of Tibet, then maybe they would destroy everything, but also save the people from Tibet. So while they're fighting Celestia, let's just say that's a hypothetical. They're fighting Celestia, and the Archons obviously are probably gonna fight with them. Some of the other people will also fight with them, but like the other like citizens and whatnot, they'll probably be protected by some of the playable characters or even the witches themselves. It could be like a whole bunch of stuff, like either protecting Tibet while the fight is happening, or they'll probably take them from like that planet of Tibet and then break the bubble universe and then go to somewhere else. I don't know. It could be something like that. So that's what I think is gonna happen. So I don't think it will be total destruction that every single thing is going to be destroyed. But I do think Celestia will be destroyed, and may possibly Tibet if people move out of Tibet into something else. I'm not entirely sure what that would be, but yeah, that's just what I think. And then yeah, I don't think there'll be no more reason to have a descender because she'll be the last one, or he will be the last one, whatever gender you pick. That's why I also don't think it matters who you pick. Because within this like loop that's happening in Tibet also, um, that probably some paths like mimic each other and has the possibility of both happening at the same time, or maybe one happening in the past and the other happens in the future, but it's not a direct like parallel, if that makes sense. It gets a little bit confusing once you start mentioning time loops and time travel and all this other stuff. But hey man, that's Genshin's fault. It all started with some books like the Dandelion Sea, which that was a good read. I enjoyed that. I'm surprised I didn't read that before, like the whole entire thing before. But in the Archon quest with the siblings and Natlon with the keys to the spaceship, and then creating the Atlas and Venti wiping Marjavar off the timeline, and him even. Oh, we're gonna get to that because I wonder if they changed that also because I still have the original screenshots from the beta about him picking up a lyre and playing a song that Isharoff didn't hear before, which makes no sense. But possibly I found an answer of why she doesn't know it. But yeah, so I think that's it, right? Before I start reading this thing again. Well, if I remember anything, I'll just blab it out like always. Oh yeah, I see. But to draw steel against the law of the universe, that all who exist must one day perish. Surely you might have seen a higher folly. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me go into this. But I didn't really mention anything about Celestia or Heavenly Principles or whatever. Oh, that's the wrong one. It's this one. Nope, it's not this one. Because this one is about the woman who thought Decarabian was in love with her. And then she basically sees that she was used so that she felt betrayed and then she joins the good guys, you could say. This one, oh, this is the groups. The pledge there. Actually, no, is it this one? Oh, the Venti going into war. Oh, there it goes right there. Oh, but this one was written a little bit different. It says she was stunned, but that still made something. It says in a single extraordinary moment, the youth, whose very body became the instrument, strummed strings that once belonged solely to the master of time. Even the mother of the thousand winds was stunned, her eyes falling briefly upon the desolate northern lands. That violent, fleeting storm transformed into a 1,000-year-long poem of wind and hue, into breezes caressing clear springs and fragrant fruit wines, into the distant songs of pine and pastoral melodies across I should know that. My brain. Virescent fields. Whatever the hell that word is. I'm stupid. Anyways, it became the sword that pierced both royal blood and venomous dragon. It became the solemn vows of old and the sighs of lovers. At the break of dawn, the symphony of 1,000 years began its first note. Its name is Mondstadt, and all who hold freedom in their hearts are its musicians. Alright, we don't need to read the rest. But the fact that he picked up an basically unknown instrument to him at that time, because he just came to that place and then the war happened, or the revolt happened, which is the same thing as war. The war happened, and then his friend died, and then when his friend died, he took over the body of his friend. So the Venti we see is not physically originally Venti that we see, if that makes sense. Like the physical body that we see in Venti is his friend's body. So his soul is Venti, but the body is his friend. So, anyways, with that, he became the body, and then played the instrument. And when he played the instrument, even Isharoff was stunned that he played the instrument. Why would she be stunned with him playing the instrument? If he's connected to, I was about to say Renova, if he's connected to Isharoff, then Isharoff should know all this stuff that's gonna happen. Especially if she's the mother of 1,000 winds, and she's like the shade of time, then wouldn't she know these outcomes of people's choices? Like, basically, what I'm trying to get at is she would have known that Venti will go to Storm Terror's lair, help them, become the friend, and play the liar to destroy the stuff coming inside of Storm Terror's lair. Because as soon as Dick Arabian was killed or trapped in prison, whatever it is, Dick Arabian was didn't have authority. He lost everything. So with that, then like the wind dome covering the area was destroyed, and then the abyss basically started approaching. And when that happened, that's when Venti picked up the lyre, played the song, and then basically killed off like the abyss that was approaching. So again, she would have known all of that. Why would she be stunned if her creation, because apparently they're connected. So, and I know some people say that she created Venti, which I don't know about all that, but just for this scenario, let's say that would be the case, right? Why, again, if she created it and know it's basically future because of the timeline, let's just put it like that, why would she be stunned if something that's connected to her or even her creation played an instrument that could defeat the abyss? Just see what I'm like getting at? It just doesn't make any sense. So I do think they are connected, but not in the sense of like she's in charge of him or something like that. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's just probably like since he's a powerful person, which I'll get to that later because I could be wrong. I'm like I said, Venti is a very complicated person, so he's a very powerful person. I will say that, but he's complicated to try to figure out. So because of that, and I think he might be Outlander status, or possibly Descender status, which I will go into that if that is the case. um, yeah. So maybe because of that, they're connected. Kind of like how the siblings are connected to everything in Tibet. Like literally everything in Tibet. Despite not being born from Tibet, they descended into Tibet, but they're connected to literally everything somehow. So maybe it could also be something like that. But yeah, just with that right there, even the mother of the thousand winds was stunned, her eyes falling briefly upon the desolate northern lands. If she knew all that, she would not be stunned. She should not be surprised. She should know all this stuff is happening. Doesn't make any sense. But, like I said before, there probably is a connection, but I don't think in the sense of like she's in charge of him, she was created by him, he answers to her, which maybe that's a little bit possible now. But I don't think it's like, she told him to go meet with Varka and Alice and created this unionship of uh, between the Knights of Favonius, Archon, and the Hexa Circle. I don't think she's like doing stuff like that. And even the stuff with Marjavara, possibly she was involved, telling him to do that. Because he's known to be a little sneaky with the truth, but there might be a reason for that. So, but I don't know. They probably know something, and will most likely probably stun her again. So, yeah, but yeah, that's basically what I wanted to show. Um, I don't know if I should just stay here and show the Nubelong thing. Nubelong and something with Fanes. But, oh, now that I see that, when it says an hourglass meant to commemorate the final hour, prepared by sages who in ancient times sought truth from the heavenly moons. This is a little bit off topic, but in the Winter Nights Lazo trailer, um, Piero also mentions something about sages, and sages know the truth, or quote unquote truth, but he thinks even with that is not a guaranteed win. I'm just kind of like paraphrasing because I don't know the exact words, but basically I like that. And then that's when he starts talking about Signora, about being a pawn and you have to sacrifice pawns. And then he makes the promise to Rosaline that when they enter the new world, the old world's ashes will be her like graveyard or something like that. Or she will rule the old world through the ashes. Again, something like that. So I wonder exactly what sages is he referring to? Because I don't think it's sages from Conria, because he was also a sage. I don't think it's any other civilization, but it could be the Hexen circles. I don't know how and why, but maybe he could be referring to them. So maybe he knows something about some deal they made with whoever the hell knows. Or maybe someone told them about stuff that they think is gonna happen. Whatever the case is, I think he knows some of it, of whatever it is that they know about the end of time in Tibet, basically. And possibly that's how him, Dottore, and well, maybe not Dottore anymore. I don't. I'm like on the fence about that. But him and the Sarista definitely. How they able was able to do all this stuff and hire these certain harbingers to do their bidding, and knowing these harbingers would basically transcend their fate and break the heavenly principles rule. Because if you think about it, let's see, the Doctor, that's obvious, became the basically, well, heretic of the false moon, because he kind of became his own version of the tribunal moon. Um, the captain, with the ley lines. So now he's like the master of the ley lines. Um, Kalabina becoming the real tribunal moon. Wanderer erasing himself from Irminsul. Child, not yet, but I still believe in that. I think Child, by the ending of the game, will probably become the most powerful person born from Tibet. Like, probably even stronger than Nubelong, or rivaling Nubelong. That's how powerful I think he's gonna be. But, yeah. Let's see. The Rooster, we don't really know much about. Piero, I'm not sure. That's another one. Arlecchino, Well, probably just living because she's a Crimson Moon descent, and they basically all died. So that's probably what it is for her, and maybe some authority of Iridescent Moon through Columbina. Um, yeah, and then Sandrone, her uh uh bringing a variable into Tibet, which is Columbina. That's also another thing. I wonder if all variables, but that might not be the case. Because I was gonna say, I wonder if all variables refer to descenders, which that is the case sometimes. But if Columbina brought a quote unquote variable into Tibet, and it was Columbina, and Columbina authority is ancient Tibet, then I think when they mention variables, I think it's just stuff related to kind of like the will of a descender, but they're not actually a descender, but they do have willpower. Even that kind of doesn't. I really don't know how to explain it. Or basically bringing stuff that's not supposed to be in Tibet. Let's just put it like that. That's basically what it is. So her transcending fate and bringing a variable. Um, yeah, just like little stuff like that. So yeah, um, with me saying that and this old world stuff that Piero was talking to about Signora, I wonder if they somehow know like the end game, and that's why they're sacrificing all these quote unquote pawns. Because if you look at the chessboard in the trailer, I'm not an expert, but apparently it's kind of like an unwinnable game, supposedly, or unwinnable for like quote unquote Celestia side. So, and then I was looking up the real, uh, like the real thing that's like inspired by that, which is the chess master Gary. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I forgot. And even if I remember, and I don't know how to pronounce it, it starts with a K. I know he's like a Russian, or I think Russian. Anyways, he was competing against a computer called Deep Blue, and Deep Blue was an AI computer system in the 90s. And the first round of matches that they played in that year, he beat the computer. And then the following year, when he played it again, the computer beat him, but it barely beat him. It only beat him by like one game, and there was like a whole bunch of draws like in between. So I wonder if it's something kind of like that. Like they know the end game, so they're purposely losing pieces, but then just waiting for the one mistake that Celestia does, and then that's when they start taking over the quote unquote chessboard. So I don't know. Maybe that's what the Harbingers are doing with the Sarista. And Signora is probably gonna have like one of the most powerful plays, if that is the case. Because you know what they might do? It might be in the sense of her dying as a pawn and probably becoming a queen somehow. So with yeah, with her being sacrificed as a pawn and becoming a queen somehow, even though that's not how chess works. You have to, the pawn has to be allowed to become the queen. But just in, Genshin terms, let's just put it like that. If it is something like that, then her being playable might actually be possible. And if she is playable, two things, which one of them is the major question. What role is she playing? And the second thing is, whose side is she gonna be on? That's that's I don't know. Because I've also been thinking about this Project Stuja thing. Dude, I cannot get it out of my head. Especially with Colabina mentioning the missile sting, which is like a weapon for like Ragnarok, basically, something like that. Um, I know it's connected to Norse, and Norse mythology inside Genshin is connected to Conria. So, what exactly are they doing? Are they making the third descender with a powerful weapon, kind of like this weapon? Something like this, like a powerful weapon like that, or like, are they just resurrecting him and making him the weapon? Or maybe it's not even the third descender. Maybe it's Signora. Maybe Signora is being resurrected and becoming the weapon. That's why she would be like quote unquote like ruler of like old world, as in Piero's words. So I'm not sure. There's a couple possibilities, but I just find it interesting that she mentioned that Project Stuja has something to do with Mistle Team, and that's Norse like related. Oh, it's a sword that never dulls. That's what it is. So like they basically never lose, it never breaks. You never have to sharpen it. It will always be sharp. It's basically kind of like the ultimate weapon. You could put it like that. Um, yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna be really invested into some stuff. But anyways, that's like some possibilities of what could happen with Signora. Um, oh, and then which I said I was gonna talk about it before, which now I will. Um, Columbina talking to the doctor and her saying that he looks younger than before, and then he gets mad when she says that, and he basically says that I hate that like compliment or hate that comparison, and then she comes out and then she asks, "So where is the prime of your life?" And then that's when it fades from black into the Irminsul tree and the doctor standing in front of it when it's burning. And then the doctor comes out and says that he's practicing and or doing experiments on blasphemy. So I wonder if people's theories are right about the doctor being inside Irminsul, that like when Conlabina beat him, he didn't really die. He just went into Irminsul, and that's probably why you see like the static stuff at the end of the cutscene. Bro, not sure. There's some stuff about him also, but like I said, I'm not really too sure. Because that honestly could be it. And what exactly does she even mean about not looking young? Because when you look at the trailer of the Winter Night Lazo, dude, this is so annoying, all this coughing. Sorry about that. So, um, in that trailer, where she mentions that and he gets mad. Well, before that, when you see him for the first time, he looks basically the same as his other segments, or at least the Omega build segment, which is the one that was standing in front of Irminsul. So I don't understand why she would say that and why he would get mad. Because if that's the same Doctor segment that was playing with the vial when we first saw him, and he was talking to Conlabina with that same very segment, and that segment looks the same as the other one, why would he get mad about him not looking as young? Because then his other segment doesn't look young. Or somehow was the real doctor, like no segment, like the actual physical blood and flesh of the doctor, was he there the talking to Calavina? I'm not sure. Just some interesting stuff to think about. And I wonder how many segments they had in total. Because I know I talked about that before when I was talking about the whole glove thing and some other stuff. And when Nahida made the deal with him and he destroyed the other segments, it sounded like 4 to 5 different voices, but there was like 8 or 9 total lines that people were saying. So I don't know if it's segments saying multiple sentences or all segments saying one sentence individually. So I really don't know. And besides, with him destroying the segments, it's not like the deal was you can never make them again. Because I'm pretty sure clearly he did. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he did. One segment probably went back to Hyperborea, and then another segment was probably doing research on what the other segment brought back from Hyperborea and all this other stuff. So I'm pretty sure there's more. It's definitely not the same ones from Sumeru, because those were destroyed. But him creating more, that's more than likely what happened. Or probably even creating the same exact ones from Sumeru. Also, probably very likely. But yes, some pretty interesting stuff. Oh, I was also looking a little bit into the whole Wanderer being from Conria, like the Conria puppet, and being a branch of Armidsol. I, dude, I don't even know. I genuinely don't even know. I was seeing some yes, some no. I was just there's probably maybe there's like some voice lines or something in the game that mentions stuff like that. But I will probably check that later. Actually, you know what? Maybe it does mention something here. But yeah, I really don't know. But with him with him even being a puppet in general and going into the abyss doing like missions for the Doctor and Piero. That's why I think that Piero is in cahoots with the Doctor. So this might be just one gigantic rules or ruse, not rules. But anyways, that's something else. I wonder with him doing all of this, that was probably how the Doctor was able to make so many, even though he made segments before, so it's like a little off. But maybe he was able to make them like much more and make them like stronger, I guess. And then him probably like replicating like an Irminsul uh tree branch or whatever. And then maybe those segments are part of Irminsul or the manufactured Irminsul. And then that's how he's able to send stuff into the past, possibly. But yeah, that's also some stuff I was thinking about with the Doctor. Like, what exactly is that stuff made out of? How many there were? Why he sent them out? Well, some of them we know why, but like the all the other ones, why? Well, I don't know. I still think he was well, I should probably rephrase what I'm about to say because I was gonna say he's doing what's necessary, but I don't think it's like that. I think he's doing the stuff no one else says they're gonna do, but he actually does it. Like him saying he wants to burn Irminsul and go against Celestia and basically become this like idolized heretic who destroyed everything to free everyone. He's the only one that's actively actually doing that stuff. Unfortunately, how he's able to do those said stuff is because of those wicked experiments. So, yeah, that's the downside to him actively going against Celestia and being, like I said, basically kind of the only one. Because people say it and they do stuff here and there, but like every single thing Dottore does is against Celestia. Even the way he walks will probably be against Celestia. Because the way he walks, he will probably be walking like if he's like some type of like god that everyone has to bow down to. So yeah, even walking would be like a punishment. But but yeah, that's what I think. That's also another thing. if it is like Conria related and him being a branch of Irminsul, how the hell did Shogun get her hands on this to curate him? Did someone give it to her and then she did what she did? Or did she just found it, did what she did? Or a deal and then again do what she did? I just I don't even understand this. And then curate him with the intentions of basically being like as ruthless as her, or even worse. And then she just gets rid of him. It's just like I don't know. Shogun is she's in a whole league of her own of stuff that she does because it literally makes no sense. Yeah. Oh, you know what it might be? It could be in his like story. That mentions that stuff. Yeah. Oh, maybe this one. Maybe not. Because I'm just trying to see anything if it's like Conria. Or even Irminsul. Mm, this probably won't mention it either. Yeah. This one is probably, yeah. That's the kid's death. His second friend. Um. Oh. Okay. Hold on. Let's back up a little bit. Stranger named the Doctor. Romantic represents in his grand research project. Puppet making techniques had their roots in Conrail, and his nature as a creation of the Electro Archon made him all the way more special. Oh, all the more special. Oh, the techniques of making a puppet is from Conria. Again, why? So, because we already know that Isharoff and Makoto made a deal. So is it possible they did more than that? Or a different shade did a deal with her and probably told her about this puppet stuff? And then when Shogun went to Conria and then met Makoto, maybe her last dying words was, I don't know, create someone that could be like you or me or whatever. And then that was her intentions, maybe. I don't know. But okay, that explains the whole puppet thing with Conria. It's the making of puppets. It's that's hmm. If they specialized in that, what the hell were they trying to do for creating puppets? Were they also trying to create their own man-made quote unquote descender? But weren't they doing stuff to call in a descender, like Romero and some other places? Man, I don't know. Too much unexplainable stuff that we don't know. Hold on. Okay, so it says the doctor was fascinated by this field of study and using the Wanderer as a foundational blueprint, would perform research and experiments for several decades before finally attaining the techniques that will go on to form the basis for his segments. Okay, this makes no sense. Because wasn't it a doctor segment that did the whole thing in Imazuma and basically manipulated the situation for Wanderer to end up joining them? Because isn't hold on, they mentioned this name somewhere. I think it's like Escher, I think. Yeah, it came to this place in the form of a clan and a mechanic named Escher. Isn't that isn't that the Doctor segment? Isn't that the one that manipulated all this stuff? So how the hell did how did he because I thought it was probably maybe he did some before and then like better ones in the future, which possibly that could be what it is. But just reading it the way it's said, I don't think that's what it is. Because it sounds like the doctor used the Wanderer's blueprint and then experiments and whatnot, and then that's how he created all the segments. So, oh, wait, okay, hold on. Okay, this might be a stretch. But what if the doctor did all of that, right? And then him using the segments, he was able to do segments or send the segments in the past, present, and future. Well, maybe not future. Well, I don't know. Maybe in the future. I'm not entirely sure. But basically, plotting scenarios and then putting a segment in those scenarios, and then that segment manipulates the situations of whatever the situation is. and then that's how the Doctor gets what he wants. But with him working with Wanderer, or using Wanderer, not really working, using Wanderer, then, like I said, he was able to take those segments and put them in the past, present, and future somehow. And that's probably with all that information and all this other stuff that he's doing. And now that he's potentially inside Irminsul as the Omega build, that's the false tribunal moon god. Um, Maybe now he could start burning it from within, I guess. And the reason why it was possible for him to send a segment in the past, despite needing this guy's help to create those segments, with him planting them inside Irminsul and sending it to the past, then it will make it seem like he had segments this whole entire time. So a little bit like actually, if you want to compare it to that, let's compare it to that. So it don't be too confusing. Kind of like Conlabina when she was in the prison and she kept on going forward, and then she went into memories, it'll be back in the past, and then it would like go on and on and on and on, and then eventually she basically lived out her present through the past, and then the future also through the past, kind of. Or no, the future in the past, and then the past in the future. Sort of like that. So maybe that's what the Doctor did, but with his segments. So Wanderer was the person that he was able to create the segments based on, and it was all the segments. So that's probably how he created the one in the past to bring Wanderer into the quote unquote future, but it's Wanderer's quote unquote present. Hopefully that made sense and I didn't just confuse anyone, but I think that's exactly what it is. I think the Doctor did something like Kalabina did, but with the Doctor, he did it through like segments. So now they're like living throughout past, present, and future. But with Kalabina, it was her herself that was living past, present, and future. Basically, I think that's exactly what it is. So, yeah, that's pretty interesting right there. I'd love to say that. Oh, whoops. Wanted to see if it's just something about Irminsul. Oh yeah, see, it says it right there. Escher, or let me just read the second sentence. In fact, the true culprit had been Escher, no, the Doctor all along. So you see, yeah. For him to be able to do that, it was because he's somehow planting people in the past while doing the research in the quote unquote future. But due to that and creating the segments, he's able to send that to the past to manipulate stuff. Maybe that's why Shogun. But how would she know that? Because I'm gonna say maybe that's how Shogun she knew about that and then she got rid of him. So he's able to break fate and then live on. But yeah. Alright. Oh, now that I see that. I want to see if there's a thing with huh, that's interesting. Deer jumping across the sun. Alrighty. I'm trying to see if I can see anything that kind of shows like the forbidden truth eye, which I don't think it's here. Mm. Damn. Damn. Oh my god. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna just use the one that I have currently. Because it's kind of like that, but not really. But, alright, let's read this. Let's read this. Because I think everything with the heavenly principles is a lie, dude. I don't think they have any real legitimate power. Excuse me. God. Okay. Okay. Ideal assistant module. So they were connected to this, and when they were connected to it, they were picturing a scene of twins standing under the radiant night sky, their eyes shining as they watched the stars and the many moons above. And then they got disconnected. Okay, a sky of such colors only meant that the atmosphere was unfit for life. Okay. Alrighty. After witnessing such. Did not wake the slumbering twin travelers, instead carrying the weight of an exile, and a journey so long that numbers had lost their meaning. So when they were sleeping, this exile is most likely Thanes. Okay. Okay, that's even better that I saw that, because that might go hand in hand of what I'm thinking. The fine details. Oh my god. Oh, okay, so them creating stuff for simple tasks for a pioneer vessel meant to bear the spark of civilization. A star's position, its distance, or its lifespan might pose a minor challenge, yet even those had solutions. Okay. True difficulty. So they had to find a world with potential. But okay, that's the thing. So hmm, if all of this is in a bubble, how exactly did it find this world with potential? And if it didn't have potential, destruction would catch up all too soon. But okay, that that really shouldn't make any sense because let's just say hypothetically, it is Fanes. That's this AI thing, right? With him coming into Tibet, it was peaceful, but then destruction caught up. So I don't. That doesn't. That really wouldn't make any sense. So what? Would he go to planet to planet to planet in order to find the perfect one? But isn't Tibet the quote unquote perfect one? And destruction still caught up from within, not even from the outside. Even though New Balon came with the abyss, but that's something else. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure. Oh, supernova. Hmm. Okay, that is good to know. That could be related to this higher being of Genshin's universe, which I don't know who it's yet. It could be either Otto or Kiana, because I think Thanes is the primordial one. I mean, uh, the Kevin is Thanes, aka the primordial one. And if that is the case, then he wouldn't be the highest power threat, if you want to call it that, in the Genshin universe. Oh, okay. So they were born and their planet erupted with a supernova. So them being born was the destruction of their planet? Huh. That okay, that's hmm. Them being born was the destruction of their own planet. And then they come here and one of the twins is basically the reason Conria wasn't protected. And then when the other sibling woke up the traveler and both of them leaves, everything was basically not really destroyed, but you know, the whole Archon War. And that was basically like almost like the war to like end wars, but not exactly, but you know, basically we could call it like World War I. That's kind of what happened with Tibet. I think these people just being born literally is destruction. Like, jeez. Or quote unquote born. Because they reawaken in Tibet, and then, the rest is history. Naturally, the two events had nothing to do with each other. I don't buy that shit. That's bullshit. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. And it says what a coincidence. There's no such thing as coincidence in Hoyoverse game. I mean, come on. We should all know this by now. There is no such thing as a coincidence in any Hoyoverse game. No. No, I'm not nope, nope. Mm-mm. Nope. I'm not falling for this. Okay. No, so great. Such levels of extravagance and cruelty simply do not exist. Okay, they're just saying more bullshit. Like, the more and more I read this, just sounds like nonsense, dude. No, I'm not. I'm not falling for this. Could damage the genetic vault. Oh, the genetic vault is probably the stuff in the ship itself, or maybe the ship itself. No, yeah, it is the ship itself. Hmm. Okay, I could kind of see what they're saying about the heavenly principles being AI, but uh, that's just a reach. I don't see that because it's not like the heavenly principles came into Tibet and they created trees and water and the sky and snow and they did create humans. Well, that's also another thing. I don't know if that's fully true either. But for now, let's just say they created humans. Angels, which that's also another thing I don't know. I just don't, bro. The thing with the heavenly principles is exactly how I feel about Lady Sunbringer. There is just certain stuff that makes absolutely no damn sense. So, like, what is the purpose of doing that when you could do something else? So, like this, if it is the heavenly principles, and they're able to freaking transform a whole entire world and create all this, life, which I don't believe that for 1 second, then what the hell does it matter if, where is it? Right here. Uh, the difficulty of finding a world with potential. And without that, destruction would catch up. Like, what? And then the paragraph before that about this atmosphere and all this stuff, reshaping terrain, adjusting the air, building an ecosystem, like all this stuff, like it doesn't even make any sense. Why they had to find the perfect planet when they could just go to any planet and make it the perfect planet if they could do all that? I, I don't know. I don't know. I just find that kind of dumb. That just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I truly don't believe this. Well, this is probably real, but um, well, semi-real. I think it's. Anyways, before I even go down a rabbit hole of of this, um, yeah, if this was the Heavenly Principles, oh, perfect, 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 perfect. Let me go to it right now. If the spaceship was the Heavenly Principles, literally perfect segue into this conversation. Where is it? Nope, not that one. Oh, that. Hold on. They changed that word. I'm pretty sure they did. Because I'm pretty sure it was at the time the primordial dragon. Let me see. Because I still have the pictures from the beta. Let me see. Yeah. In that time, the primordial dragon, born of the perfumed sea, soared through the deep void, vanishing into the interstellar mist. Yeah, it is different. But honestly, it doesn't even matter if it's primordial or uh, primeval, whatever the hell that word is, or primeval. Again, the word doesn't matter. Uh, the part where nurtured by the perfumed sea, deep into the skies, disappearing into the mist among the stars. It sounds like he was born from the abyss. Or, actually, I should probably rephrase this. Because I still think the abyss is the purple stuff. So, how do I word this without getting too confusing? Because if Tibet is in this bubble universe, right? And then the outside is the red stuff that we saw in the script trailer. And then she descends in, and then she goes through these cloud looking things with like a tornado. And then once she passes that, then she's going into actual Tibet, which you can see her being a shooting star, passing Fontaine and all these other places. So above that, where the red place is, what exactly would that be called? Because I don't think that would be the abyss. Because I think the abyss we see in the game is a mixture of that like pure raw chaotic energy and then the blue primordial energy, which is most likely from New Long. I still don't believe it's from Fanes. But anyways, with me saying that, and then those two merging together, and then it creates the abyss, I think that's what it is. Because in Not Cry, when you follow these two hankies, the blue and the red one, then it meets, it becomes purple, and then like a black hole starts like forming within it. And then when you go inside, you go into the abyss. And then at the end of it, you end up in the same spot, and now the area looks different because now it's like an explosion like happened. So that's why I'm also kind of thinking about, blue and red, and then the abyss is the combination of both, like the abyss that we see in the game. But actually, you know what? It's probably because Perfume C is also sounds like it's abyss related, but Mist Among the Stars. That sounds more of like the stuff that Skirk was in when she was descending into Tibet. So for Nubelung to be born from this perfumed sea, which is most likely the abyss, which I'm pretty sure it is the abyss. But how exactly? We're gonna go back to that. Um, I wanted to see something first. Oh, right, right there, right there. Until the day that winged descender arrived, trading upon the morning star. If the primordial one was this spaceship, who the hell did they see as a winged descender arriving upon the morning star? That literally like, dude, it makes no damn sense. It makes no fucking sense for the primordial one to be the ship. Like, no, 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 no. I refuse to believe that. That doesn't make any damn sense. No. I literally refuse to believe that. I don't think that's what it is. I think they're completely separate. He probably uses the ship, which I think that's exactly what it is. But him being the ship, no. No, that's just ridiculous. That doesn't make any sense. And also, I mean, are we just gonna completely forget about all these other readable stuff that they say that they seen the Descender Fanes, and not only that, they saw the stuff that he was changing and, well, quote unquote changing, because I'll get to that. But anyways, him doing all this stuff, and so like again, it's not a spaceship. If it was a spaceship, it would not mention a winged descender. When you read stuff about hymns of the North, it would not mention this special name that they came up with for Thanes. They will literally say like spaceship appeared and then like did all this stuff. Like I don't understand it. It does not make any sense for people to believe that the spaceship is the primordial one. It literally makes no sense. Yeah. Even hold on. One of these things even mention. Um, doesn't it mention something about moon wheels? With the primordial perfume sea still rippled for the thousand lunar quakes. The shook. Oh yeah, that is the abyss. Which makes me wonder. Maybe all this stuff is technically abyss. Because I saw a video like a while ago that someone had this theory. I forgot who it was. Oh, was it? I think it was Genshin Bane. He had the theory that hold on. I'm gonna come back to this. That these stuff, Genesis crystals, primogems, phylogistine, um I'm trying to think if there was anything else. No, I think that's it. It was primogems, Genesis crystals, and phylogistine. That all of that was well, no, hold on. Let me. So Genesis crystals was first. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Nope, that is not what I meant to do. Yeah, this was the beginning, right? Because it says an energy crystal from the very origin of the universe, formed within nothingness, out of pure potentially potential. Oh my god, dude, my brain and hope. It contains enough energy to create a newborn star. So this appeared, right? Nubelong appeared out of this, even though I think something placed this in the first place, but we'll get to that after. So this appeared. Nubelong appeared out of this nothingness, born from this, right? And then after that, these stuff started appearing after. Because when he was born, this is what I'm thinking. They probably shattered, right? And then became all this other stuff. That's why Genesis crystals is not used in anything because it's basically all destroyed now, if you want to put it like that. And when it destroyed, Nubalon was born. Uh, again, have some things about that also, but um, Nubalon, and then some of them became these things, Primo Gems. That's also from Genesis crystals, and then Philogistine was also from Genesis crystals after basically like shattered. That's basically what he thinks. It goes like much deeper into other stuff, but just for now, let's just leave it like that. So like all that stuff is connected. So, anyways, with all that stuff, and then New Belong was able to create all this other stuff. Then I think, because if his theory is right, which it might be right, or most of it might be right. I don't know about everything, but I'm trying to. Oh, whoops. Okay, so all that was created by whatever. Then shattered, other stuff appeared. New Belong used those same powers, and then created everything in Tibet basically. Dragons, other life forms, um, the sea, the sky, all this other stuff, right? So maybe, okay, maybe the reason why Abyss appears purple, well, because of the thing I said before, the red and blue mixed together and obviously purple, which is still the case. But I think what actually made it like that is when, also, now that I say this, which, hold on, let me go here, because it will make more sense, even though I could just be reaching, but, you know, I could be right. We just have to see. Oh, it's this way.
Let's ride.
Um, actually, is there a better one? Because with this, we have these right here with the moon. And if for whatever reason, this one has like an eclipse in it. Which, yeah, that I'm not gonna even get into that because I don't even know. It could be when Fanes appeared, I guess. But then Nubelong shouldn't be here, I guess. Um, hold on, what is another mural? Hmm. No, this one is completely different. I'm trying to think, because there should be another mural of Nubelong somewhere. And the way it looks like it's... Well, let me see if I can find it before I try to explain it. I'm literally going the same way, right? Yeah, I am. Where the hell is this crap? Let me see.
Rev the engines.
No, that's not it, because that's... Yeah. I don't think it's up here either. Ah, this is destroyed. Fuck. I think this was it. Wait, was this originally always destroyed, or did this get destroyed? You know what? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Because there's like some mural of him. with like three moons again, but it kind of looks like it's in a barrier. Oh, that's what it looks like to me. So I wonder if he was the one that initially created this false universe before Fanes even ever did anything. Let me see. Oh, yes, where is this picture? This is exactly what I'm looking for. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Dude, where the hell is this? Even though this one shows him corrupted, so the false guy is already there. That's the thing, because with the other picture, it don't really look like. I still can't. I don't even know where the hell this thing is. Dude, this is annoying me. I can't find this crap. I don't know where the hell it is. It's not. It's not this though. But anyways, let me just go back here. As with this, it kind of not exactly like the other one, but like Nubelon is above the moons. This device that uh, these people tried to make, the other dragons. I forgot their names. I don't know, like, which that could be an insane reach, but like these other gold stuff, like on the outline of everything else, could that also mean that this is within his like domain, I guess? So a quote unquote boss guy. But I don't know. I'm not too sure about that one with this. But oh, actually, speaking about False Sky, hold on. Oh my god, dude. Uh, Excuse me. I'm trying to see because I know it mentioned stuff about. Okay, adjusting the air, reshaping terrain. But this don't sound like like the adjusting the air part sounds like something on a planet. Not the whole entire universe is within a bubble. So how the hell did that even happen? Where did this false sky even, or false, I'm not even gonna call it false sky anymore. I'm just gonna call it false bubble. Because we already went outside of it and we went on the moon, and it was completely different than what Skirk saw. So that means we're still within this quote unquote fake sky. And again, this adjusting the air part, I'm pretty sure it does not mean a whole entire bubble universe. I'm pretty sure it means the air of the planet. So, where the hell did this false sky come from? Yeah. Mm. Yeah, I don't know. There's too much stuff with this. Because yeah, I could change this, maybe some stuff above it. But like I said, a whole entire bubble universe, which that's literally what it looks like. Because we already passed this quote unquote false sky. So, I really don't know, man. I just don't believe anything with this heavily principled stuff. And which I was mentioning this before, and now we'll get into it now. Um, with actually, hold on, let me see. Is there like a seat around here? Nah, we'll just walk around. But with the heavily principles, or let me just put veins so it could be better and not as confusing. Because the heavily principles, I will probably also mention shades, and that will also include them because they're like all in one group. So I would just say Fanes. Um, Fanes, the real life counterpart is Lucifer, right? So the whole thing about the Morning Star, which we just saw, Winged Descender, which I'll get into why I think Winged Descender is Lucifer related. Um, like all these little things. And then the shades curation, the archons names, everything is like all demon related, right? So for him to quote unquote have this power and do all this stuff, then where exactly did he come from? And when we was reading the outfit, who is this exile that they're mentioning? Because the exile will obviously have to be Thanes. Oh my god, dude. So, if he's quote unquote all powerful and whatnot, and could do all this stuff, then, again, like I said, where did he come from? What power is it? That's also another thing. And why was he... How do you explain it? Like the first to descend into Tibet, when Tibet shouldn't have a descender really in the first place, because everything was basically fine into the Voyager, which might be also helping the primordial one, but that's something else entirely. But actually, you know what? Let me try to find some random seat somewhere. Oh my god. Alright, it's just like that. So, yeah, so with all this stuff and how Hoyoverse uses real life religious mythology, stories, whatever the case is, and then makes it into their own way, then it is not far off to say that Lucifer being Thanes and them creating all these people and their names also being related to like demonic stuff, just like Lucifer, right? Then what exactly happened to Lucifer in order for him to do all this stuff in the first place, or quote unquote make all this stuff? And I was thinking, I mean, I'm not trying to like recruit anyone into like some cult or religious thing. It's some stuff that I've been kind of thinking and pondering about. That in the Bible, Lucifer was originally an angel created by God, right? And God created all these other angels. And then Lucifer wanted the praise that he was collecting and giving to God. He wanted the praise for himself. So then that's when he got like kicked out of heaven. Him and some other angels got kicked out of heaven, right? And then they went somewhere. For now, let's just call it Earth. But they went to Earth, right? I guess. Like I said, for now we're just gonna call it Earth because I don't know everything. I know like a little bit. But anyways, so so that happened, and then Lucifer started to basically uh I wouldn't say get powerful. He would like lie through stuff and then make him seem powerful, if that makes sense, right? Because he don't have the ability to make any real power or, you know, get real praise and wishes or what, like anything else, right? Everything is just like a lie with him. He can't do anything. So, with that being said, and again, every single thing is not 100% accurate to Genshin. Like, they don't take something and 100% incorporate it into Genshin. Because they take pieces of stuff here and there and then mix stuff together and then what I call they hoyofied it, right? So maybe the primordial one or Fanes was in the same um oh, actually, you know what? I just realized about this when their planet was blown up. Excuse me. Well, let's put it here first, and then we'll go down because I'm gonna end up talking about it anyway. So so if that stuff is the same, right? And Fanes became this exile that's mentioned here because we don't even know who the exile is that's mentioned in this, but it's most likely Fanes. So if he got exiled from their like original planet, right? And then he left with other people. Who are those other people? I have no idea. We're just gonna leave it as that because I'm only gonna focus on Fanes because I will be driving myself up a wall trying to figure out every little thing. And like I said before, everything is not 100% exactly the religious source or whatever you want to call it. They like spin it and do their own stuff. So so anyways, um if Fates is the exiled one that they're mentioning and he left and then he left to I don't think he left to Tibet yet, and I'll get to probably why. Um he left to again, let's just call it Earth for now. Even though Tibet represents Earth, but I'm just gonna keep it separate for this time. Um but yeah, so he went to assumingly Earth. Um and then these guys were born. And when these guys were born, he probably came back during that same time. And then that's why it looks like uh, when they were born, the supernova happened and the planet was destroyed. And then that's probably why it seems like when it says, what a coincidence, the radiation trapped in the planet's crust indicated that the supernova had erupted the very year the twins were born. Naturally, the two events had nothing to do with each other. No one would ever celebrate their birth by burying an entire world with it. Such levels of extravagance, whatever. I'm stupid. I'm on stupid today. My brain. I'm gonna blame it on the sickness. But anyway, that and cruelty simply did not exist. So, oh god. So with them seeing that, or them saying that, and it seems like a coincidence, which I don't believe that it's Genshin or it's a Holyverse game. Um, because I was thinking them being born. Well, previously I was thinking them being born did that But I don't think that's the case anymore. Because if I'm right about this, I think this is the events. So again, just to recap, and not to make it too complicated, this, let's just call him Otto for now, or Kiana, Otto slash Kiana, the true ruler of this universe, I guess you could say. So they created um Fanes and all these other people, right? And then Fanes went against the ruler and then was exiled. And then when these guys were born was the same time that Fanes came back into their planet. And then he was the one that destroyed everything. And with him destroying everything, he probably used that AI ship. And that AI ship probably since they're able to do all this reshaping terrain and adjusting the air and all this other stuff. He probably took that and like reverse engineered it, I guess, and then was able to destroy everything. And then with him destroying everything, he took that spaceship with him and then probably buried the twins inside of it. So now possibly they could be the one who bears the old or their old world on their shoulders. I'm not entirely sure. That I'm just thinking of could be a scenario. I'm not sure yet. But anyways, with that happening, and then him probably also being on the ship or using the ship with anybody else, then with this in the voice line or not voice line in the thing. No, what the hell is it? But yeah, you see, it's some of the stuff here mentioning the winged one upon the morning stars, go high and above, become the Lord of eternal heavens. And then saying the ark moored the matter of creation completion, the mountains and rivers would rot in their turn beneath the earth and deep sea within seas dwelt the fallen clans and broken kings of the old world. Yeah, so that's them basically getting rid of Vermeru and Kanamiya and other stuff. The Lord of the World within the eggshell drew a false veil to shut out the true bedeviled skies, scaring dread that once robbed kings asleep, even those who held dominion over beast. But yeah, you see, like it's just them mentioning him doing stuff and people seeing him, like the moon goddesses seeing him. It doesn't even make any sense for him to be the ship. What am I doing? Uh oh, it's here. Where is it though? Oh, the winged descender arrived, treading upon the morning star. Okay, that part. When he appeared with the morning star, it was probably, even though I don't know if other people was there, most likely not. Or maybe, who the hell knows? It's Genshin. They'll probably introduce some new mysterious character that's like the freaking brother-in-law of the primordial one or something. Like, who knows? But anyways, for now, um, oh god, for now, let's just assume it's the primordial one, Fanes, the ship, and then inside the ship is the siblings. Because he's probably gonna use them for whatever, probably like corrupt them also. That's probably why everything in Tibet revolves around them. Because every single thing that he did was in hopes of them probably continuing his like legacy or whatever it is. Or maybe some other stuff. Anyways, that's not the point. The point is, because I'm trying to make connections to this to somewhat, or not really somewhat, to biblical stuff, but not every single thing because we're gonna be here forever, and I don't know everything, and I'm not trying to recruit anyone. So, yeah, again, I'm only mentioning some little stuff in connections of uh, Lucifer being Fanes. And I will mention some other people after, but that's later. So, anyways, back to this. So this, I think that's exactly what it is. The Morning Star was probably like the core of his original home planet, and then took that, put the siblings in it, and then arrived here in Tibet. And then he started doing whatever. So now, with him creating stuff, or quote unquote creating stuff, because I said this before and I'm still sticking to that. All the stuff that he quote unquote created is basically stuff that was already created before, but he just made like a new version of it. So that's why I think he doesn't have true power of actual creating stuff. Like he's not as powerful as he makes himself seem, which that would be the same thing if you would compare it to Lucifer, right? Because Fanes created Irmisol, but the sample mill device was already there. Um, this false sky, I honestly have no idea, because I don't believe he managed to do that, or maybe he didn't. Well, okay, we'll just say that for later. So with again Irminsul, the same thing as the sample mill. Shades is the same thing as the moons. Humans is probably his thing or his home planet, but they kind of also do resemble like other creatures that were born, like scions and which is like the Hyperboreans and like other stuff that was like somewhat human but not full human. So everything is kind of just like a mimic of what he already saw when he descended into Tibet. Now, as far as creating the false sky, maybe because in the traveler description, which now I'm gonna go right back to that, it mentioned them having dreams. So maybe with them having these dreams, maybe them having these dreams is what actually happened with the primordial one. So he was taking the power from the ship and the twins that was inside of the ship and started creating everything with their power and the ship's power, or quote unquote creating everything, because he was just using the ship's power. Or I guess you could say create stuff with their power, but not his own power, is basically what I'm getting at. Because I don't think he has any physical power himself. Or maybe he does, but not to the extent that he could create everything. Like New Belong, basically. So, anyways. Oh my god, dude. So yeah, anyways. Um with Faint using the ship, and the ship is already powerful enough to create stuff on its own. But now that the siblings are inside of it, is even more power, because they're basically like the last hope of their planet, which I'll get to that because maybe I know who that is in reference to. But but yeah, so that's probably why in everything in Tibet revolves around them. Because it was technically them who created everything, and these guys think everything was in a dream, but it really wasn't a dream, because their power was being used with the ship's power to create all this stuff, because that's what Fanes did. Hopefully that made sense. I think that's exactly what it is. And that's why everything revolves around them. Because in reality, it's them who technically created everything, because it was from their power and the ship's power. So I think that's what it is. Now, as far as Descenders, stay with me, is gonna get a little bit out there, but just stay with me. If my thing is right about Lucifer, or yeah, Lucifer being Thanes, and Thanes being the exiled, and then coming back to the planet and do what he did, then him being the first Descender makes sense. Because in, again, not to get too religious or anything, but I will mention some stuff. But for Lucifer and the Bible, if you think about it, he is technically the first Descender. Because he was kicked out of heaven, him and other angels, and then assumingly went to Earth, I guess, like I said before. So he was the first to descend into Earth, and he's like an alien-like form, basically. Now, if that's right, then the second Descender should be equivalent to Michael. And him being connected to New Belong would also make sense if I'm right about certain stuff. Because if it was Otto slash Kiana, which that's what I'm just gonna say for right now because I don't know who it is, that created everything. And they dropped like a Genesis crystals into nothingness. And then that made everything that we see in Genshin, like universe wise. And maybe some of the stuff even above the bubble universe, like the stuff that we saw in Skirk's trailer. They probably created all that stuff also. So, anyways, with them creating all these things and this whole Genshin universe, Then them making stuff. How do I explain it? I don't want to make it too confusing. Them making stuff to make the Genshin universe, right? And then Nubelong being born from that would be a creation of Otto slash Kiana, technically, right? So with Otto slash Kiana also creating these guys' planets, the siblings and most likely Fanes, then they're related in the sense of both being created by Otto slash Kiana, right? So hopefully so far everything makes sense, right? So with them being created by Otto slash Kiana, that will basically make them brothers or siblings, even though they look different. Because again, all of them was created from Otto slash Kiana. And if that's the case, and they're all somewhat siblings, or within a family tree, let's just put it like that. Even though I think siblings is better. Which, that's pretty funny because I know I've been saying this for like months already, before I even started all this stuff, and I started seeing this. Like I said, months before, I was theorizing that Fane's Nubelong and Zhongli were brothers. It's funny how that came around almost in a full circle. But Zhang in this scenario, Zhongli being a brother, I have no clue. I'm not gonna get into that. I'm only going to talk about the Descender stuff, and then maybe slowly by slowly I'll start doing other stuff and theorizing and see if I could match stuff that actually legitimately makes sense. So, anyways, back to Otto and Kiana. If they created them two, and they're basically essentially like siblings because they're both created from the same person or persons, who the hell knows? Um, then that would make some sense that descenders are kind of like biblical references because Michael is also an angel, and all angels that's in the Bible are basically siblings, right? But with Michael, he was the second to come into, I guess you could say, not into Earth directly, or maybe he does in a different section of the Bible. But anyways, like I said, I'm not trying to recruit anyone. I'm not hiccuping like crazy, man. Jesus Christ. Ay, ay, ay. So, anyways, back to what I was saying. If they're all siblings, right? And then Michael came to, I guess you could say, Earth's atmosphere. And then he's fighting the the devil, which is Lucifer. He's fighting Lucifer and his other fallen angels, and Michael is like leading the charge. Then the second descender makes sense for it to be Nubelong, because Nubelong left and then he came back, and when he came back he fought against the equivalent of, like, quote unquote Lucifer in this game, which is Fanes. So that would make Nubelong sort of like Michael. Hopefully that makes sense. So I think that's correct. Now I'm gonna skip the third descender and I'm gonna go straight to the fourth, because the third descender, dude, that shit is so complicated. And honestly, really don't know. But anyways, the fourth descender, which is the siblings. I think now, okay, stay with me. It's gonna sound a little crazy, but the fourth descender might be the representation of Jesus. And I think that because, again, if you put it in terms of like Bible stuff, which I think that will be the real truth about Fanes, which is probably called the forbidden truth, ironically, because he's trying to hide his true powers and situation and history or whatever, because I don't think he has any power. He used the power of the siblings and the spaceship. But anyways, back to the the traveler. The traveler, I don't know how to really explain it with the sibling. That one also gets a little tricky, but I'm only talking about specifically the traveler. The traveler being the equivalent of like Jesus, which he will be, if you think about it, the fourth descendee into Earth, right? So if that's the case, and what he basically did is, preach gospel and then, try to save everyone. Well, he died for people's sin. Again, I'm I'm trying to make it as like not so religious that I'm trying to like like convert people or anything, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just explaining what I think is the equivalent of like Genshin stuff with religious stuff, especially with Descenders, because I think that's a very big factor. And I don't think a lot of people is connecting those dots. So again, anyways, so Jesus came and then died for everyone's sins, right? The traveler came into Tibet and basically is fighting all this stuff and uh like changing people and changing how they view stuff, so now they could like have hope in Tibet, and everything is kind of like either nothing means nothing or everything is going to be destroyed regardless because of the heavenly principles. It's like the traveler is slowly changing people's mind into believe that there's hope for Tibet, right? So with that being said, I think the traveler, being the fourth descender, represents Jesus coming into earth and dying for everyone's sins. And then through him, you get to God. That's basically it. I'm not going to go too much deeper into any of that stuff. But, okay, yeah, that's just. So I think the traveler represents them. Because, again, if you think about it, they're the fourth to descend into earth. And a traveler is the fourth to descend into Tibet. So if everything is matching about people descending into Tibet, and they kind of mirror their real life counterpart, then, like I said, I think we're actually on the right track. And I'm surprised nobody is actually figuring this stuff out. So now, here is the complicated one, the third descender. So I think the equivalent is not complicated. It's the person in Genshin who could be the third descender. So with the equivalent of the third descender in Bible terms, let's just put it like that, it's Gabriel. Because Gabriel came after like Michael was well, not really after, like during. I really don't know too much about that part. It might be a little after or during that part. But anyways, I know it was around that time when Michael was fighting the fallen angels and including Lucifer with him and his army. So Gabriel descended into Earth during that time or after that. Like like I said, around that. So but anyways, so and then Gabriel was telling I forgot who it is. I know it's one of the disciples' mother. I forgot who. I could be wrong, but maybe it was Peter or John, one of their mothers, saying that their child born when that child is born, they will be basically like a religious follower of the Messiah that's coming, right? And so he was basically spreading, if you want to put it like this, he was spreading the word that Jesus will come, and he will come soon into Earth, and he will have like a virgin birth and all this stuff, right? So with that person coming into Earth and spreading a message that the fourth person will come, I think it's the same thing with this game, that the third descender came into Tibet and they were probably saying stuff about the fourth one appearing, and of course some other stuff which is like the Sarista and all the other stuff. Like I said, everything is not 100% accurate to the religious counterpart, because Michael wasn't corrupted by the devil to keep on fighting the devil. That doesn't make any sense. But anyways, so with um, Gabriel coming and spreading the message, right? There's only one person that makes sense but then doesn't make sense. This freaking guy right here, Venti, which I know I'm probably gonna get a lot of stuff for this because I previously said I don't think Venti is the third descender. But only speaking in Genshin terms, he has a connection to the Sarista. The Sarista basically thinks he's like a betrayer for whatever reason, which I don't know exactly what. So I don't know if it's in the sense of maybe he was in the body of the previous lover, kind of like how he's in where the hell is it? Oh, right there. I'm blind. Kind of how he's in this body, but this isn't the original physical Venti, because this is his friend. He basically took over his friend's body, and then this is what we see. So I don't know if it's something like that with the Sarista and this mysterious third descender. Like his soul was inside of it and playing the part, and then she found out when the body died. I'm not entirely sure, but it could be multiple things. And maybe I could be wrong about this, but the reason why I think he could be the equivalent of Gabriel and him being the third descender is because of how he spreads his message. He tells everything through songs, and then through that goes into the wind, and since the wind is basically endless, like the wind would never fade, unless certain scenarios, but for the most part, wind would never fade in Genshin, right? And if it's the easiest to do it through songs, and him spreading his message through songs, then he could also simultaneously be the person who came and he's the messenger of the fourth descender will like save everyone or whatever the situation is. So I think that's probably what it is. And probably explains why the hell he has wings when he's not an angel himself. Well, the comparison, yes, but in the game, no, he's not an angel. Or maybe in the game he is an actual angel, and this is accurate. But who the hell knows? But then on the bottom saying it's the gateway to Celestia makes sense because then it will be him spreading the message of the traveler, and then through that they will probably save um, everyone in Tibet or destroy everything in Tibet, which I don't think that would be the case. But but yeah, it's just like little stuff like that. And then also, all the way over there, that gigantic tree, when we meet Venti and talk to him, and then from there we journey on to all the other nations. It was there where he gave the blessings to the traveler, and now the traveler basically gets saved in the most like insane situations, always by an animal person, ironically, because of Venti's blessing. And I think even the stuff that I was reading before about playing the song and Isharoff being like surprised, which makes no sense because if they were connected in the way that everyone else is thinking, she shouldn't be surprised by anything Venti does. So with him doing that, he's even shocking a shade, which shouldn't be possible. So he's like some anomaly like figure. So he's like he's like, let's put it like this. He's a variable within Tibet. He's literally a variable within Tibet. And even with his story quest, even though it had nothing to do with him, which I will get to the reason why he doesn't have a second story quest, because it also goes hand in hand with him being a Gabriel-like figure, so possibly being the third descender. But but yeah, even with his first story quest, with the whole thing with Stanley taking the identity of his friend that died in Marjavara and all this other stuff, he was able to tap into the ley lines and basically let the fake Stanley apologize to real Stanley, and the fake Stanley basically accepted his fate. So like again, he's doing stuff that like people should not be able to do. He's literally an anomaly or a variable within Tibet. And as far as him not having a second Archon quest, I literally think it's because that his second quest is already happening. And his second quest is the story of the Traveler. I think that's his second quest. So I don't think we're gonna be getting any actual, um, stuff like this. Um, like any of this stuff. I don't think we're gonna be ever getting a second one for Venti. I think Venti's second story quest is literally the Traveler's quest. And that's why he blessed him in the beginning, and he's been writing songs like ever since. Well, he's been doing that before, but like songs about the Traveler ever since, spreading the message of the fourth Descender. Um, oh, I don't have Venti. I know it's in one of his voice lines, but in one of Venti's voice lines, it also mentions him talking to the Traveler and saying oh hey, like we meet again or something along those lines. And then he realizes what he said and he's like, oh, you don't remember me? And then he like moves on. So that means since he already knows the story of the Traveler, because he's like this insanely powerful variable, then time doesn't exist for him. So he could basically kind of see into the future, if you want to put it like that, since he has basically like no concept of time. That's why he's able to do all this stuff. Well, some of the stuff, because that doesn't explain some other things. But it would explain him with the Traveler, and probably how the blessing works. Because yeah, it's most likely what he said at the tree. But since he has no concept of time, and he thought he met the Traveler before when he didn't meet the Traveler, then it's also him knowing in the future that he will most likely be the one to, help out the Traveler through, like these people with Enemo. And he met the Traveler obviously before. So it's just like little stuff like that that makes me think he's like the Gabriel-like figure. And if you think about it, with him being the Gabriel-like figure and him meeting the fourth Descender, it would also make sense because technically Gabriel met Jesus because Jesus is God, even though it's uh, flesh form. Again, I'm not gonna. That's an entirely different thing because you have the Trinity, but the Trinity is one. So, like I said, that's an entirely different thing. But yeah, it just makes sense. So I think the first one being Lucifer, which is Fanes. The second is Michael, which is New Belong. The third is Gabriel, which is possibly Venti. The fourth is Jesus, and it's the Traveler. I think that's exactly what it is. And I think that's how Descenders work. Because Descenders, they're like, okay. Okay, in Genshin, Descenders have will, like absolute will to change stuff, right? And with the counterpart to biblical settings of them being quote unquote Descenders, it's them also going into the earth and them doing stuff on the will of their creator, which is God. Besides Lucifer, that's a different story. But it's the point that he rebelled against his creator, and that's exactly what Fanes did. I think he rebelled against his creator, and the exile that they mention in the in the description is most likely him. Now, this one is a little more complicated, and it's a bit of a stretch, but I think the spaceship also has a biblical reference. I think this spaceship is supposed to be the um the Garden of Eden. I know that sounds a little out there because then it should also explain, or not explain, it should also bring the question of who's Adam and Eve. But I don't know. I really can't even think much of a theory of who. But I'll just leave it up to as everything is not 100% accurate when they compare religious stuff into their games. They use stuff and then they like spin it in their own way. So I don't think Adam and Eve would be introduced in this game. But I don't know, I could be wrong. Maybe it could be a reference to the first angel and the Voyager. I don't know. I don't think that's the case, but maybe that could change in the future. So anyways, um yeah, I think with the Garden of Eden, I do think that is equivalent to the spaceship. Because with the Garden of Eden, even though it's not exactly like the spaceship because the spaceship could create stuff, but I think it's sort of connected in the sense of like, because Adam and Eve was told not to do it, right? But then the devil tempts Eve, and then both of them ends up eating of the apple. And then their eyes were quote unquote open, but open in the sense of they saw themselves naked, so they brought shame upon themselves and shame on God that God has to see them naked. But God made them purposefully naked, so they shouldn't be shameful. But like I said, that's a whole entire thing. But with me mentioning that, I think in the sense of that tree being powerful and you could I don't want to really phrase it like that, but you could have your eyes like quote unquote opened, and with this spaceship is all powerful, and when you're sleeping in it and you have these dreams, then the spaceship itself gets powerful and their quote unquote eyes open, if that makes sense. That's kind of like the best way I could kind of explain it. Because if you think about it, let's put it like this: knowledge is power, right? And throughout all forms of life, if you believe in stuff, don't play games, you don't think about that stuff at all, you are trying to become some freaking astronaut or whatever the case is, most people can agree knowledge is power, right? So you should always be trying to educate yourself further and further. You shouldn't never settle and never like like limit yourself. Your brain is like a sponge. It like absorbs everything. Even though some sponges are like mine, it's like a little all over the place. But you know, try to always learn stuff and practice and absorb it and become. You don't have to become a professional, but be like decent or like know what you're talking about in specific stuff or again anything you do. Basically, I'm me saying all this stuff is getting to the point of knowledge is power, right? So with the spaceship, I think that in the sense of quote unquote opening its eyes is knowing its surrounding, which we read that in the thing, which I kind of don't understand why it needs to be a specific area for them to create a whole like planet, like a new planet. But that doesn't matter. The point is that's the stuff that they need. And then with that stuff, since they have the knowledge of that, then they're able to convert that knowledge into power, and then that power is the stuff that could produce a whole planet. Basically, that's what I think is the equivalent of like knowledge of power in the sense of the spaceship, and how the spaceship could be the equivalent to like the Garden of Eden, but not 100% like that. So that's what I think. Um, as far as the actual like God, and then the I'll just call it creator of Genshin Universe, which is Auto slash Kiana, because I guarantee you it's one of them. With them having these descenders and stuff changing, and the fourth descender would be the last one because they will bring basically salvation to everything, kind of like how Jesus is supposed to bring salvation to everything, and then through him you get to God, right? So through the Traveler, I don't think through the Traveler he'll get to Kiana or Otto. May I don't know. I could be wrong, but I do think the the Day of Judgment thing will probably also be referenced in this game. Like they will like the Traveler will go against Celestial, win, and then like a supernova could come, and then Kiana and Otto or one of them, whatever it is, could like appear during that. So kind of like when God, in a biblical sense, God would come back on the Day of Judgment and basically like wipe out everything. And then those who believe in him would be saved and, a whole bunch of other stuff. So, yeah, that's basically what I think. I could be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. But to be fair, I don't think I'm wrong on my other delusional theories. Like Poco being March. So, but yeah, that's basically it. I think we had to look at it not only in the sense of like Gnosticism, which is like Morax, Barbados, uh, Thanes, which is the equivalent of Lucifer, Renova, all these other people, Fossilor, Boer, etc., etc., etc. I think we also have to find the equivalent to the quote unquote forbidden truth. And I think the forbidden truth is the stuff that I just explained before about the four descenders, uh, um, Phanes being Lucifer, Michael being Nubelong, Gabriel possibly being Venti, and Traveler being Jesus. And then the Garden of Eden and the spaceship, and then after that, the Day of Judgment thing. And then, of course, the supernova in Genshin terms. So, I think that's the actual, real, legitimate forbidden truth. I don't think it's just, oh, Nubelong created the moons before? That's forbidden knowledge. The heavenly principles is gonna wake up and cast a nail. Like, I don't think that's what it is. So, oh, you know what's also interesting? Which I won't go too much into stuff again after this. But, I know, like, during, uh, like, the Day of Judgment thing, like, in biblical terms, that, Satan is actually supposed to, transform into a dragon. That's pretty interesting. I wonder if they would do something like that in Genshin. Him transforming into a dragon also. Or him using a dragon. But yeah. That is basically everything. This was a really long stream. Yeah. Almost like 8 hours and 40 minutes. But this was good. I liked it. It was good. We started talking about the heavy principle stuff at the end. Um, which basically is kind of usual when I get into theory stuff. Like, my main topic is usually saved for the end. That's why I made that stupid joke about, the boxing match. Like, the main event is here. And then I started talking about the heavy principles. But yeah. Yeah, this was good. And dude, I wanted to speak about this for so long. Like, really, really long. But I wanted the perfect time to do it. And even though I feel like shit now, and unfortunately I think I'm gonna be sick, I think I had to wave the white flag and admit that I think I'm getting sick, which I don't want to. I want to deny it. But yeah, nonetheless, this was good. This was good. We like recapped everything that I did in the other regions of Not Cry. Spoke about some theories about that. Some other stuff, and then the main event, which was this. But yeah, this was good. I really did enjoy this. I gotta do this more. But to be fair, since when I play, I do go off on rants. Well, not really rants, I shouldn't call it that. But I do go off and speak about theory stuff, so, I don't know, I just can't, my mind is just, I don't know. I see something and then I start thinking stuff, and then, yeah, it just goes on from there. But I'm trying to think of anything else. Oh, the Sarista. This is a long shot, and I have to read into the story. But I don't know if the story, like the real life story about the Tsar of Russia, him and his family being executed, and Rasputin being, well, that's also another thing, but I'll get back to Rasputin. But I don't know if that's only the actual like comparison to the Sarista, because I came across this old Russian folklore story, which, like I said, I have to get more into it. But I came across the story of it's called A Princess Who Never Smiled. So I wonder while reading that, maybe it will also shine some light on the Sarista if there is any connection to that. Because I don't think it's only related to the Tsar and his family being executed by Lenin and the Communist Party. Now, as far as Rasputin, if the story, which I think it is accurate, but like I said, I don't think it's 100% only that. It could be other stuff mixed, intertwined with the execution of the Tsar and his family. But I will say this. If the story ends up being true, which I think it is, I think she does represent some of that. And maybe some other stuff. Like I said, I'll do research on the princess who never smiled. But 100% Rasputin would be in some form of way connected to Genshin. Because if the Belisar represents the real Tsar in Russia, well, in past Russia. Anyways, it doesn't even matter. In Russia, and then him and his family was executed, and then the Belisar, him and his people were executed, and then you had that rumor that the youngest daughter was alive, and she like escaped and lived out this secret uh, secret life and stuff like that, so people wouldn't find her, which could be the basis of the Sarista being that little girl who survived and lived her own life. Then Rasputin has to be in it some way. But the question is, who is the equivalent of Rasputin in Genshin? Because I don't think it's the people who did the experiment, who basically tricked the Tsar to do the experiments on children for this quote unquote like Elysium and stuff like that, which is the thing that I went to before. It was like the secret experiment place. The thing with Reed Miller and Grace Nia and the minion of Rot Wang. I started with an M. I literally just forgot. But anyways, I don't think Rot Wang is the equivalent of Rasputin. I think someone else is the equivalent. But who exactly is that someone else? Because if you think about it, Rasputin was the reason why the Tsar fell in the first place. Because he manipulated his way into that hierarchy. And then through his like mysticism stuff, they were like seeking to him through guidance. And then he basically became kind of like the Tsar, if you think about it. And then a whole bunch of other stuff happened and whatnot. But he was the core factor of stuff changing and people wanted to change because of him. So if Rot Wang would be the equivalent to that, he would have been dead already. Like actually legitimately fully dead. Not dead and go into the abyss stuff and then you had to kill him 2 more times. I don't know. That wouldn't make any sense. for him to be the equivalent of Rasputin. So there's someone else that's at major play, and that person is extremely dangerous. Because knowing Genshin, that person who could be equivalent to the Tsar, I mean to Rasputin, not the Tsar, to Rasputin, maybe he's not even dead. Maybe he just pretended to die, or they thought he died, or he was written as quote unquote deceased, but he really still lived. Which, funny enough, Rasputin survived a shitload of assassination attempts. Poison, drowning, shots, stabbings, freaking asphyxiation. Like, yeah, I don't even know how the hell that guy survived anything. Poison from cyanide, which is fucking crazy. Cyanide poisoning. Shit. So, anyways, I say all that to say whoever that person is, that's the equivalent of Rasputin in Genshin, yeah, that person is gonna be a problem. Like a real legitimate problem. Like they might be sinner level threat. Um, alright. Yeah, that's basically it. I really need rest. This was amazing. I would love to do this again. And I would definitely be doing this on YouTube. Because I like Twitch, but sometimes I get distracted with some other stuff. And it always, well, not always, like 90% ends up being, oh, buy artwork from me. And here's my Discord. Like, ugh, dude, come on, that's so annoying. I just want legitimate conversations. Or just speak my whole mind without being interrupted by basically freaking hagglers just trying to, make me buy stuff. Dude, I'm so cheap. I still haven't even bought Novelette skin. And I do want to buy it. But honestly, I was looking at this. It's basically the same thing. Like, if this goes full price, like these, the equivalent of buying these, it would basically be the same thing as buying this. This 300% off is not even really anything. Because when you look at this, you would have to buy the 30 regardless in order to buy, um, where is it? To buy this. So, it's like the same thing. Yes, if you do get it on sale, you have an extra 300 and you could convert that into Primo Gems, but like I said, it's basically still the same thing. So even if it goes off sale, I would still have to spend the same amount of money just to buy that skin, on sale or not. That one is ridiculous. That's crazy. But whatever. But oh yeah, this. Where is the? Oh, there we go. This is also pretty interesting. I feel like this still might be possibly Alice related. Like maybe Alice was sent into Tibet and she was a maiden of Otto slash Kiana, or I don't know. That's just a crazy theory I have. Because I still think she probably also helped New Belong. But like I said, that's just random stuff. But but yeah. Oh, once you have Conlabina, this actually changes, which is cool, but it's also interesting because who exactly is this person in order for Conlabina to override this person's existence. Who exactly is this? Oh, actually, hold on. Now that I do this, can I? Wow, I was trying to check the details on the blessing of the Welkin Moon, but that doesn't work. Ay, ay, ay. All right, yeah. I'm gonna call it. I really need to get some sleep now. I will try to stream later. I'm gonna try because I really do want to play Arc Knights. Because I was tempted to play other days also, but I didn't. Oh, I didn't want to. What you call it? I didn't want to like do missions or anything, and basically like miss out showing anything on YouTube. Because I started it on YouTube, so might as well just keep on with the main story. Although, to be fair, if I was gonna do it off stream, it probably would have just been like the little side quests. Probably leveling up, which I need to start doing that. And just like simple stuff like that. I don't think I would have done the story quests. But I really do want to do the story quests, so I'm gonna be saving that for YouTube. And like I said, hopefully I could stream later. And then tomorrow, I don't know, maybe again, or maybe I'll get back on Twitch, because I should be getting back on Twitch pretty soon, or during this week. I want to try to, what you call it, keep like a decent appearance on both, if that's possible. But yeah, stuff happens, bro. Life be lifing, man. It's so funny. I know this is completely random, but I saw this video. I saw this video of a person making a joke about life being hard, and they came on and they said that they had to wait for the 37.0 version update, and maybe God would give them a buff. That shit was hilarious. I swear, you find the funniest stuff on YouTube. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna call it right there. Like I said, hopefully later today I'll be back in Arcanites, and then possibly tomorrow I might go back on Twitch, or I should go back on Twitch, but I don't know. We'll see. If I don't stream later, which I don't think there should be a reason why, but dude, if my body falls apart, oh god. Yeah, it's gonna get bad. When I get sick, dude, it gets really bad. Like damn near going to hospital type of bad. So, yeah. But anyways, yeah. So, later today, if not tomorrow, if not after that, oh god. I have no idea. Probably Wednesday. But I shouldn't be that long, so. Oh, he just disappeared. Alright, well, okay. I could speak to them later. Actually, I'll probably forget. Let me just do that real quick. I don't even know if they're really gonna say anything, but I am interested in case if you talk to them and they give you some treasure thing, which sometimes it could be books, so you never know. Nah, there's nothing. Alright. Alright, for real. I'm actually end now. I seriously need a rest now. Alright. So, like I said, I'll see you later or tomorrow. So, alright, I'm done.